Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the planning board meeting for February 20th, 2024. My name is Carrie Martinick. I'm chair of the planning board. Before we get started, I have a few notices to read. This open meeting of the the open meeting of the planning board is being conducted remotely pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency signed into law on March 29, 2023. All members of the planning board are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The act allows the planning board to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Members of the public who wish to view the live stream of this meeting may do so by going to the Northborough remote meetings on YouTube via the link listed on the agenda. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative to ensure that persons anticipated on the agenda are remotely present and can be heard. Amy Paretsky.
Here.
Anthony Zaitin.
Here.
Millie Milton.
Here.
Bill Pierce.
Here.
Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Lori Connors.
You're muted. Sorry.
Bob Federico.
Here.
Great. Okay, ground rules for the meeting. For presenters or applicants on the agenda, chair will invite each speaker or applicant on the agenda by name to make a presentation and speak to their application. Participants will provide their full name and hold until their name is called. Each speaker will be asked to mute their phone or computer when not speaking and speak clearly in a way that helps generate accurate meeting minutes. Those responding will be asked to wait until the floor is yielded to them by the chair. Speakers who wish to respond to the comments of others do so through the chair, taking care to identify themselves. Each vote taken by the board will be conducted by roll call. For public comment, after members have spoken, chair will afford public comment as follows. By phone, dial *9 to raise your hand and wait to be recognized by the chair. Please note part of your phone number will be visible to those of you in the meeting. By Zoom, click raise hand on the bottom of your screen and wait to be recognized by the chair. The chair will ask members of the public who wish to speak to identify their name and addresses only. Once the chair has a list of all public commentators, the chair will call on each name and afford approximately 3 minutes for those comments. There is no executive session tonight. So with that, we will get started with the agenda. Lori, do you happen to have the public hearing notice just came into my mailbox?
Do
you want to read that? Or do you want me to read that into the meeting?
Whichever you prefer. I'd be happy to read it, or you can read it.
Okay. Let's see. How about, let me see if I can open it here. Let's see how long it is. If it's long, this looks like one you would love to do.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. I would love to read all that.
If you don't mind, otherwise I really don't mind.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
In accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 5, the Northborough Planning Board will hold a public hearing on February 20th, 2024 at 6 p.m. for the purpose of seeking public opinion on proposed amendments to the zoning map and the following sections of the Northborough Zoning Bylaw, Chapter 7. Complete text of the proposed amendments and proposed zoning map is available on the Planning Department webpage. Section 7-03-030 Board of Appeals. Section 7-03-060 Design Review. Section 7-04-010 Classification of Districts. Section 7-05-010 General Provisions. Section 7-05-020 Classification of Uses. Section 7-05-030 Table of Uses, Part B, Commercial and Industrial Districts. Section 7-06-020 Table 2, Table of Density and Dimensional Regulations. Section 7-07-010 Groundwater Protection Overlay District. Section 7-07-030 or 010 Groundwater Protection Overlay District. Section 7-07-030 Major Commercial Development Overlay District. Section 7-09-020 Site Design Standards. Section 7-09-030 Off-Street Parking and Loading. Section 7-09-040 Signs. Zoning map by creating a new highway business Southwest District to include all land within the industrial district in the vicinity of the Southwest Connector as shown on the map entitled Highway Business Southwest District Map, zoning map, by creating a new multifamily development overlay district to include areas titled Southwest Connector Multifamily Development Subdistrict and Downtown Multifamily Development Subdistrict, as shown on the map entitled Multifamily Development Overlay District Map. Pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency, signed into law on March 29, 2023. This meeting will be conducted via remote participation. No in-person attendance by members of the public will be permitted. To participate in the public comment portions of this meeting from a PC, Mac, iPad, iZone, or Android device, please click this URL to join. Please click the link below to join the webinar. Password 531739 or tap mobile 301-715-8592.
Great. Thank you so much for reading that into the record. So Lori, you have we're going to go through our bylaws, and let's see, this is a public hearing. So what we'll do for tonight's format is we'll go through each one and then provide an opportunity for members of the public to comment as they choose. We will not be closing the hearing this evening, so that will remain open. However, we will, of course, continue to accept comments for as long as the hearing is open. So if you don't get to comment tonight and you want to send in an email, you can do that as well. Laura, you have a presentation you want to just share?
I do. All right. So I have, can everybody see this PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna do a slideshow. So I thought I'd go into a little bit of background information. So I'm going a little bit out of order. So the MBTA bylaw, it seems to be the bylaw that most folks are interested in. So I thought that I would advance that to the front, and then all of the other articles would go in order. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of background information on the new changes to the Zoning Act, which is the reason why we're doing an MBTA bylaw. So the new section of the Zoning Act is Section 3A. So this new law was passed back in 2021. It was signed into law by Governor Baker. It included a whole range of housing provisions, which included lowering the threshold for town meeting vote for certain zoning provisions, including the MBTA bylaw. Normally, zoning changes require a supermajority vote, but there are certain zoning changes that are now a majority vote, including the MBTA bylaw. So Section 18 of the Economic Development Bill includes this Section 3A. So it encourages communities that are designated as MBTA communities to adopt zoning districts where multifamily zoning is permitted by right. So there are 175 communities that are subject to this law, including the town of Northborough. So there are different classes of communities. So the town of Northborough is shown as it is considered an adjacent community. So that means that it is, here it is. It is adjacent to a community that has the commuter rail. So commuter rail communities are in green here. And the inner core communities, those are ones that are served by the train itself. So the subway system or the bus system. So what this says is for the town of Northborough, it means that we have to create at least one zoning district where multifamily housing is permitted as of right. and it has to meet certain criteria. So the minimum gross density is 15 units per acre. The units must be suitable for families with children. So that means that we can't adopt limits on the size of units, the number or size of bedrooms, or the number or age of occupants. The district must be at least 50 acres in size, and that's 50 acres of developable land. So there's certain excluded lands that largely has to do with environmental constraints. So if we create a district that has multiple sub-districts, at least one of the sub-districts must contain 25 contiguous acres of land, and no sub-district can contain less than 5 acres of contiguous land. We can require site plan approval, but we can't use it as a reason for imposing conditions that make a project unbuildable. So here are some examples of projects that contain greater than 15 units per acre within the town of Northborough. So the residence at the Falls is located on Hudson Street. It has 40 units. It's an adaptive reuse of a mill building. So the building height, of course, as you can see in this picture, is 2 stories, and the density is 21 units per acre. Here's another example of a project that would comply. So this is located at 31 Blake Street. There are 12 units on 0.23 acres of land. As you can see, there's 3 stories, and this would average 52 units per acre. So obviously a much greater density than the 15 units per acre that we're talking about. Here's an example of a project that's similar to the 15 units per acre. This is actually within our proposed MBTA district, Heritage Village. This is a housing authority owned property. They have 33 one-bedroom units on 1.93 acres of land. The building heights vary from 1 to 2 stories, and it averages 17 units per acre. And this is another project that we're proposing to include within our MBTA district. This is Avalon of Northborough. There's 382 units on 42 acres. The building height averages 3 to 4 acres, although there is one building that has 5 stories. And the density averages 9 units per acre. Just something that I wanted to mention, a lot of times people talk about concerns about the school enrollment. And I just wanted to point out that in the last 10 years, Northborough school enrollment has dropped by over 400 students. This is an image that shows the average number of new residential building permits that have been issued by year. And you can see over the last few years, there's been a significant drop in the number of residential building permits. So you can see 2010 was kind of a banner year for attached single family dwellings. We haven't seen much of that in the last few years. And you can see that even the single figure count has been hovering around 10 building permits per year. So an important thing to recognize about this MBTA zoning is there is no production mandate. We are required to zone for multifamily housing, but we are not required to build any multifamily housing. So another thing that it's important to note is that communities are not required to pay for infrastructure upgrades. Like, for example, one of the properties in our proposed district does not currently have sewer capacity. We are not required by law to upgrade to provide for that sewer capacity. That would still be on the shoulders of whoever wanted to develop the project. And I wanted to note that there is no override of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act or Title V. Those laws are still in place. So what are the consequences if we do not comply with the legislation? The major consequence is that we will lose out on a number of state grants that I was hoping to apply for the downtown revitalization project. We are also considering applying for MassWorks funding to extend the sewer to Route 9. Many of the properties that are on Route 9 have failing septic systems, so that has been identified as a major capital improvement goal. Also, the state, the Attorney General's office, has stated publicly that they intend to pursue legal action against communities that don't comply. So this is, so we have 2 sub-districts. So what we're proposing to do is an MBTA overlay district. So it's actually called the Multifamily Development Overlay District. And that overlay district will consist of 2 different sub-districts. And they're shown on the zoning map, kind of roughly. So the number 1 sub-district is called the Southwest Connector Subdistrict. It consists of 3 parcels of land, including Avalon Northborough, an undeveloped parcel of land that has a right-of-way access via Route 20, and then the O'Connell Lodge. So the other sub-district that we're considering is in the downtown area. It's called the Downtown Subdistrict. Consists of 11.29 acres of land, and the properties that we are interested in including are an undeveloped parcel off of Hudson Street at the corner of Hudson and River Street, the Maytag Instruments property at 56 Hudson. There is a property that is owned by E.L. Harvey and Sons. I believe the address is 77 Main Street. That's approximately 10 acres of land. I have identified all 10 acres, but we're only proposing to include 5 acres of it. The Northborough town offices, for those who do not know, the town is considering relocating out of the current building to another location. And should that happen, then the current town offices building would be available for reuse. And then we have 2 other fully developed parcels of land. Heritage Village, as I mentioned, is currently developed at the at 17 units per acre. It's owned by the Housing Authority. And just to the north of that is another townhouse development that is already developed at this point. So some key aspects of the bylaw is that townhouses, multifamily homes, and mixed-use developments would be allowed by right, subject to site plan review by the planning board. Business uses that currently trigger the special permit in the underlying zoning district would still trigger the special permit in the overlay. Most of the dimensional requirements, the minimum lot size, the frontage, the height, and the setback requirements would be consistent with the underlying zoning. What would change is the density. So what we are proposing is that 8 dwellings per acre for townhouses and 15 dwellings per acre for multifamily and mixed-use developments. If somebody were interested in redeveloping an existing building like the town offices or the O'Connell Lodge, then they would be able to build at a greater density than 15 units per acre. They just have to demonstrate how many units they could fit within the existing footprint of the building. So the bylaw sets design standards for buildings, walkways, curbing, off-street parking, outdoor lighting, landscaping, and open space. Large developments would be required to provide outdoor amenities. And then, as we've currently written into the bylaw, 10% of the dwelling units within developments containing 10 or more dwellings would be permanently restricted for households qualifying as low income. So that means that 90% of the units would be market rate. So we currently have a consultant looking at the affordability of increasing the 10% affordability threshold above and beyond that, possibly 15%. We should get the results of that study tomorrow. So at this point, we're proposing 10%, but it may ultimately be more than that. So just kind of some facts about our aggregate district. It's 59.23 acres of land, although some of that land is considered excluded. And that's because it has environmental constraints. So as I stated in the beginning, we need to have, excuse me, at least 50 acres of developable land. There's an Excel spreadsheet that helps us identify whether we are meeting the target or not. So there are 9 parcels that are currently included within our overlay district, our 2 overlays. And just some key points is that we've been working really hard to ensure that the locations that we have identified for the MBTA compliance also complies with the goals and objectives stated in the 2020 master plan and the recently completed 2023 downtown revitalization plan report. So this is something that we have to do. We don't really have a choice. However, the key is for us to do it in such a way that we are accomplishing goals and objectives that the town wanted to accomplish anyway. So it ends up being a win-win instead of a punishment. So that's what I have on the MBTA bylaw. I'm happy to hear any questions or comments at this point.
Okay, great. Board members, any additional questions or comments? Amy?
Hi.
Wait, Lori, would you mind not sharing for a second? Because I can't see everybody when there we go. Thank you. Question, Amy.
I guess one thing I picked up on now that I didn't pick up on the other meetings was the greater density for reuse. How many units are in Econo Lodge right now?
I am going to defer to Bob on that. I can't remember off the top of my head.
I believe there's 68.
Mhm.
So we could I mean, that's not something that has to be in there. We don't have to have the clause greater density for reuse. So I'm thinking
it's going to be really hard to redevelop a building that currently exists and keep to the 15 units per acre. So as I showed you with that mill building, you know, the O'Connell Lodge is already set up with bathrooms and bedrooms. So they could be studios or they could be 1-bedroom units, so they could end up combining units, but the footprint is the footprint. So it may not make sense to convert those 15 units, those 68 units into, say, 20 units. to
Right.
keep to that 15 units per acre. So whenever you're doing an adaptive reuse of an existing building, in order to be successful, you have to be flexible.
Okay, well, when we first looked at it, it's under 2 acres, so in my mind, it was gonna be max about 30 units. So now it could be 68 units. I don't know. I guess it's just something I wanted to think about, and I wanted to ask if do we need the greater density for reuse? Because the way it's been talked about too, is that they're thinking of combining it with Shrewsbury if it can happen. So I would assume they would tear that down. And if they tear that down, is it now 15 units per acre, or do they get their 68 units because that's what they had?
Mhm.
If they're tearing down the O'Connell Lodge and building new, then it's 15 units per acre.
Okay.
So they would only get the greater density if they reuse the existing building.
Do we need to put that in there to make that clear? Because I can see that not translating.
Well, I did say the adaptive reuse of the existing building. So it should be clear.
We could ask town council,
Yeah,
because
sure.
today
Yeah, he did already review that language and he was
Right.
okay with it. It says for adaptive reuse or substantial restoration of existing buildings, the proposed residential density shall be based upon the demonstrated ability of the existing building to accommodate such density or intensity of use.
I just know that you're gonna talk to him again, so I would like just to ask him. Because today he was like, it's better to be super clear about things than not. Because I wasn't even clear on this until now, it just popped up when you were presenting it.
The numbers for the student enrollment, since the superintendent will be sitting in the audience at town meeting, did those numbers come from the superintendent or?
They did.
Okay, so
They
he
came
provided.
from the state website.
Oh, no, but from our superintendent, did he actually like agree that looked right to him?
I can ask him, but that is the information that they are providing to the state.
Okay, I think we should give him a courtesy because he will be in the audience. Like, this is what we're saying and presenting, because that would really be a egg on our face to have him stand up and say, actually, I don't agree with those numbers. Bill, do you have something too?
Yeah, so those numbers are actually what DESI has on their site. I pulled those same numbers as well. So that's what the Department of Education has from the state.
Yeah, I
Um,
think they probably are right. I'm just thinking like if in a scenario where we're trying to make this a seamless process, it would be unfortunate to have any confusion over those numbers or just a courtesy heads up, really.
And just one other thing, so going back to what we were talking about before, if they were to do a tear down, there's nothing saying that they have to do 15 units per acre, right? That's up to the builder on whether they could do 8 units per, right? They could make it an Avalon style if they were going to make it that large, including the Shrewsbury, the old Shrewsbury Village, as well as Econo Lodge.
Yep.
Okay, other questions from the board on this one? Oh, Amy, you have one?
I have one more. Lori, you showed your chart about building permits that have been released in the last couple of years. Do you know how many building permits there were in the last 5 years?
I would have to add that up. But this information is coming from the building inspector's annual report.
Yeah. Do you think it was?
So this is, I'd have to look at my Excel spreadsheet to tell you exactly how many over a 5-year time frame.
Okay, I can ask you offline.
Yeah, I can send that to you tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question, Lori. You mentioned the 15% affordability. And that is above what the town at this time is now requiring. Can you give me some of your rationale for going with that number? And what is it just for the MBTA community districts.
I'm not suggesting that we go to 15%. Right now in the bylaw, it says 10%, but the whole point of doing the affordability analysis, which we're doing with the RKG Associates, is to see if projects will still be affordable if we go above the 10%. So I was just taking 15% out of the sky. So it could be 10%, it could be 11%, 12%. I won't be able to tell you. We'll have that discussion at our next meeting when the results are in, and you can see what the affordability analysis says and whether you want to go above and beyond the 10% or you just want to keep it at 10%.
So are you saying that developers wouldn't come in, or your concern is developers wouldn't come in if it were higher than 10%? What are you talking about when you're saying the affordability of the project itself?
Yes.
Okay.
So the state is requiring us, so if the town is interested in creating a bylaw that goes above and beyond 10%, so they have maximized the affordability at 10%.
Mhm.
So they said that if towns are interested in going above and beyond 10%, then they have to provide them with an affordability analysis. So essentially what that says is that you can still do a multifamily project of 10 or more units in the downtown area, and it still is affordable for developers to do, even if the percentage is, say, 12% affordability. So it's a mathematical exercise that RKG Associates is doing for us to determine if the market is hot enough in the town of Northborough to support a project that has greater than 10% affordability.
Okay. I guess I'm not sure what the benefit of that is.
Well, we're right now at 10.28%.
Right.
As far as our affordability amount in the
Yeah.
town of Northborough.
Yeah.
So we're very close to slipping under 10%. So if we slip under 10%, then that means the town could be forced to do a chapter 40B in a place in town where maybe you don't want multifamily housing. So that's the benefit of staying above the 10% threshold.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I guess if we just stay with our 10% or then.
So the challenge is that the more market rate units that are built in a community. So right now, the vast majority of the housing that's built in Northborough is A&R projects. So they are single family homes that are built on existing streets. So they're not in subdivisions and they're not in multifamily developments. And there's an average about 10 of those per year. So the more of those types of units, and then there's no affordable units built, then we lose our percentage. You have to constantly be building affordable units if you're constantly building market rate units.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Amy, did you have something? You had your hand up.
No, and Lori just answered it.
Okay, other questions from the board? All right, I'll open up to public comments, and then also we got some emails too that I'll recognize after we have the public comments here. So I see a couple hands up. If you put your hand up and let me know your name and address for the minutes, that would be great. First, I have Lisa Maselli. Hi, Lisa. Oops, actually, we're gonna bring you over before you can talk. There you go.
Hi there.
Hi, Lisa, just your name and address.
Hi, Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. So I have a couple of remarks or questions. The first off, when we were talking about going over that or under that 10% that's necessary for affordable housing, I understand that we're in the upper, 30% of all the towns and cities in Massachusetts that are in that number, where there's at least 74 other, or 74% of other towns that have not even complied at 10%. So are they more looking at us and not at the other cities and towns, or why is it so important for us to be worried about that right now?
So once the town falls below its threshold, then the town is open to 40Bs. So it doesn't matter if the town's at 9.8% or 9.5%. If the town is below 10%, then a 40B can come in, and the ZBA will most likely have to approve it. So the idea of creating affordable housing on the town's terms is you're still creating affordable housing, but you're doing it in locations that you think is appropriate for affordable housing, instead of having Chapter 40B development happen on like prime agricultural land, or, you know, a beloved open space area that people like to hike in. So
you're saying that because that they could just, would they have to go for a variance or something to be able to build on industrial or open space?
they would go for a comprehensive permit from the ZBA. So it's not a variance, but it works very similar to a variance. So pretty much they throw the zoning bylaws in the trash and they build at whatever density they want.
But on areas such as open space, like if we would have an open space area that was had a restriction on it, they'd be able to just build on that anyway?
No, if it's town-owned land, then they wouldn't be able to build on town-owned land unless the town wanted to build on the town-owned land. But they could build on industrial land, or they could build on a farm that wasn't protected. That would be possible.
Okay, but of course, all those lots would have to be up for sale. They couldn't just take it. They'd have to be able to make the farmer sell to them or give them such a nice amount that the farmer would be interested in selling to them. Is that correct?
Correct. I mean, the property owner would have to be a willing participant.
Okay. All right. So then the next, there were two other questions. You were saying that by coming to downtown to create higher density, that not to create higher density, but when we're talking about higher density, that it was doing something that was already desired by the master plan. So what's desired by the master plan in that vein?
So there are recommendations and goals and objectives in the master plan that speak to increasing the density in the downtown area. So one is review the town zoning bylaw for opportunities to consider mixed uses in downtown that can promote and support walkability. There's another goal that says continue to maintain and encourage a diversity of housing options to increase housing affordability and choice for all ages, and to ensure that at least 10% of the town's housing inventory continues to be deemed affordable under state guidelines. 3, promote housing types that accommodate future growth in the community while maintaining and enhancing the existing character of residential neighborhoods. And a goal that's in the downtown revitalization plan report is to review the town zoning regulations to allow for higher density mixed use development in the greater downtown area.
And I guess the next question that I would have is that you've put down something in the downtown area. We've already, I mean, how much of what's already developed in this way downtown matters? Does that have a help of numbers, or is that put out to the side and we just need to do increases just to do increases?
Not quite sure I understand. Are you asking me how much of this area is already developed?
Yeah, I'd say for the downtown, where you're looking to add more things for the downtown now, because you've got like 7 Monument Place, and then behind it are condos, and then across the street is another building that's going to have four units, kind of all in that same area, which I guess is downtown. How many other areas do we have that are already somewhat saturated?
So pretty much all of the areas that we have identified, with 2 small exceptions, are developed. Like I explained, there is no development mandate. We're just zoning land. So it could be a circumstance where these areas are never developed at a greater density than is already shown, or there is the possibility that the existing land uses will be demolished and the parcels will be developed in a different way. They could be developed, for less than 15 units per acre. It could be, say, like Avalon is 9 units per acre, or it could be, 5 units per acre or 1 unit per acre. So this is just a zoning exercise. It's not to say that this land should be developed at any density.
So, all right, because I mean, I wonder if that's the case, and then there's the 3, well, it's probably 2 pieces of land, but the Harvey land and the Martech land, that's that Maytech. I mean, they've already applied to reconstruct part of that building. And then the land that's across the street that you've put in there is pretty tiny. I was kind of funny because I've seen that, and it houses maybe, I don't know, 6 cars, and then it drops off into the waterway. So what would they be able to put on that piece?
It's unlikely to be developed at much density. It's not very developable, as you pointed out.
So Lisa, we just have to provide the space. We don't have to have plans for development or anything like that. It's just providing the opportunity for development on the 50 acres.
Okay. So when you're taking downtown, you're giving it what, 5 acres altogether?
What is the downtown? So there's 45.
It's 11.29 acres.
And is that with half of Harvey, considering half of Harvey, not full?
That's considering 5 acres of the Harvey parcel.
Okay.
And the last question on that, the Harvey parcel is supposedly in a waterway or some sort of water issue.
It has a river that abuts it. So development is limited by the Rivers Protection Act buffer, which is 200 feet on either side of a perennial river or stream. So the first 100 feet on either side is a no-build buffer. And then the second 100 feet you can build, but you're very limited.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Okay, next I have Scott Rogers. I'll bring you over. Just your name and address. Hi, Scott.
Hi, yes, Scott Rogers, 26 Tomahawk Drive. Hopefully the microphone is working well enough that you can hear me. I'm on
Yes,
an alternate device here. First question, how many attendees in the public hearing tonight?
like 10?
Excellent. First question then kind of continues the talk about the mapping and the parcels. Lori or whomever, just to make sure I'm oriented to the maps. We were just speaking about the downtown multifamily development sub-district. Total size 11.29. Then we subtract out that area of excluded land to get to a developable land area?
That's correct. So not all of the parcels, so we did this analysis activity several months ago, maybe about 6 months ago. And so not all of the parcels that are included in the scheme currently have been analyzed. So there are a couple of parcels that have not yet been analyzed. So we don't have an accurate count of the excluded land currently. So 3 of the parcels that we're considering have already been analyzed, so that takes off 2.75 acres of land. But there's 1, 2, 3 parcels that have not been analyzed that still have to be put into the equation.
So for example, that talk about the Harvey property and the 100-foot buffer on the river, is that included in the current 2.5 exclusion or 275 exclusion, or would that need to be one of the parcels to be analyzed further?
So half of the Harvey land has been analyzed. So 5 acres of Harvey has been analyzed. The parcel that's on the other side of River Street has not yet been analyzed, nor has the condo development to the north of Center Drive.
Okay, and so that it helps explain that the 59 acres total gives you some buffer if more excluded land is identified. And I guess you've got a relief point if a lot more excluded or non-developed land was identified and excluded. You could throw another acre of the Harvey property in, for flexibility. You've got some room to maneuver there, if I'm reading it correctly.
That is correct. That is the rationale.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Anything else, Scott? No. Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have Rick Leaf. Just your name and address. Hi, Rick.
Hi, Rick Leaf, 30 Wiles Farm Road. I'm speaking tonight as the chair of the Master Plan Implementation Committee. Just quick background, the Master Plan Implementation Committee was formed to work with the town to implement recommendations that came out of the 2020 Master Plan. And out of those, the thing that came up most frequently, had the greatest interest in the town when the Master Plan was developed, was the ability to improve the downtown area. And so the committee decided to work on that and further that particular recommendation with the town, which led to the development of a downtown master plan and the downtown revitalization report that Laurie referenced. Because the MPIC is continually interested in where this is all going, at our meeting last week, we had Laurie make a presentation on these zoning articles to us to understand how they impacted the downtown. And the MPIC is in support of this particular zoning article, especially that part that impacts the downtown, really for 2 reasons. One is that the report indicates that successful downtowns tend to have people living in and around them that are within walking distance, can frequent the businesses in the downtown, and to the extent that over time, some amount of additional housing might be developed because of this, would benefit the overall use and viability of the downtown. The committee has no preconceived notion as to how many units and when, only that this particular zoning would make possible at some point the possibility of some increase of people living in and around the downtown area. And the consultants who did the report for us have indicated that many successful downtowns have a community of people living in and around the downtown that frequent the businesses. It's also an incentive for developers to want to develop. So for that reason, the committee asked me to indicate their support for this zoning. The other thing is that to the extent that we start to go forward with downtown development, grant funding from the state is going to be a critical funding source to limit warrant articles the town may have to present to ask taxpayers to fund some of this through tax dollars. Not to say that some of that might not be needed, but to the extent that state grants are available to help offset the cost of downtown revitalization, then that's a very important factor. And if in fact we can get some zoning like this passed and approved by the state and continue to be eligible for state grant funding, that would certainly help downtown revitalization going forward. So for those two reasons, the committee is in favor of this particular zoning article and asked me to present that to the planning board tonight. So that's kind of the position of the MPIC, and I wanted to relay that as this public hearing tonight.
Okay, great. Thanks for sharing that, Rick. Carter Brannon, I have you here. If you want to share your name and address.
Yep. Hi, I'm Carter Brannon, 22 Sherland Drive. Had a couple questions about this. My first one is, I guess just a question about the map. Did you say it was 9 parcels total for the district?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back to the map so that.
Sure.
Hold on.
Yeah, I was just kind of, that seems kind of like limited, kind of that it seems like if any of these were to be developed, it would require like very specific people, and kind of seems to favor like specific, landowners or developers, that rather than if it was a wider, again, like a same size, but more parcels would allow like the market, and there'd be more kind of potential for construction.
Yeah, there are pluses and minuses. If somebody is interested in doing a large development, then it's much easier for them to do that on a large parcel of land. For like small parcels of land, if you're talking about an acre here or an acre there, so kind of in the downtown area, you're limited because there's only so much you can do with these small parcels of land. So like this 10-acre piece would be good because somebody could be really creative. They could do, a combination of uses. They could do mixed uses on the frontage of Hudson, and then they could do the multifamily in between, and they could do open space resources. So it is, simpler for large developers to deal with large parcels of land than just individual landowners who may or may not be developers to do projects.
I'm just not understanding why large projects are better than, or like prioritized over smaller ones, especially given the kind of downtown revitalization suggestions. Like, I guess why isn't more of the downtown and the smaller kind of less, like I'm thinking like the old Bank of America or the old fire station, like those kinds of smaller parcels that would probably benefit from more, housing and mixed use. That's kind of what has already been discussed by the downtown.
We have talked about that quite a bit, but this bylaw does not allow us to mandate mixed use. So we have to allow for multifamily. So the end result could potentially be just multifamily and nothing else. So there was concern about including some of the parcels on Blake and Pierce Street and the old fire station in this district fearing that there would be no mixed use. It would just be a whole multifamily and that's it.
Well, and Lori,
So
we
in
also
order to
had to
have
have,
the vibrant downtown, you really need to have the mixed use. So
But-
And we
kind
also
of
had
the
to have-
first floor retail with the apartments above.
contiguous as well, so we had
Mhm.
to make the property had to be contiguous, so we couldn't like mix and match properties all over town. We had to keep it. Wait, is that,
It had
that's
to be
true?
5 acres, I thought.
Yes, no
Yeah.
sub-district can be smaller than 5 acres of land.
So that was
Yeah.
a little bit of the challenge too, Carter, is keeping it contiguous, finding a mix of property. It was quite a discussion to come up with this one.
Okay, I mean, I just my suggestion would be that I think whether with this or in the future, I think a downtown revitalization would seem to require zoning changes that allow for more mixed use and multifamily housing in more of the downtown area. And to me, it would have made sense given we're required to do this anyways to have been done that all at once. But that was just my comment on that.
Okay, great feedback. Any other questions on this one?
My other question, I mean, the conversation about the increasing from more than 10% affordable housing seemed to have a lot of like suspicion, and I was wondering if there's a reason why some people on the board seem reluctant to want more affordable housing.
Does any board member want to respond to that?
I mean, I think I'm the one that brought it up, and I guess I wasn't sure if that was, thank you, Carter, for bringing that up. Lori, I wasn't sure if that, when the RKG feasibility study would be done.
Tomorrow,
So it'll be in your hands tomorrow.
so they say.
Okay. And so if they determine that, a higher percentage is affordable, is a reasonable project to ask for, would that be something that you intend to put in the warrant itself?
No, it's something that I intend to have a conversation with you folks about.
Okay.
So I will provide you, so what I recommend is that we just continue the public hearing after tonight,
Okay.
after we go through all these articles. So then we continue it to the next planning board meeting. And then we go over those results. And then we decide whether we want to stay with the 10% or whether we want to go above the 10% and what amount that should be. So,
Okay.
yeah, I definitely do not plan on making that decision unilaterally.
Okay, so Cordy, that was kind of why I was bringing it up, because this was the first time I was hearing about that being part of the discussion. And so I was trying to clarify where it was going to fit into our decision, whether or not before move forward with the MBTA. So it doesn't sound like it's necessarily going to be on the warrant, but it is something that we would have information on. That's why.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I was just it seemed like there was like a pushback to it, and I was just kind of trying to figure out if there's any particular reason for that or if it was just a new information.
Yeah, more that, I think,
Okay.
than anything.
Right.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thanks, Carter. Okay, Jason Casau, I'm not sure if I pronounced it right, but if you come on and say your name and address. Let's see, are you on here? Hi, Jason.
Hello, Jason Casa. I'm with the ownership group at 333 Southwest Cutoff.
Hi.
How are you? Thank you for the opportunity. Is there any possibility I could share my screen? I do have a few slides that I would like to share.
What does it pertain to?
Specifically, obviously, we're talking about the multifamily and the proposal at the property at 333 Southwest Cutoff.
Okay, does the board want to review slides? I'll leave it up to the board to decide.
I'm fine.
Yeah, okay. Are you able, Are you able to do that, Jason, or are you having trouble?
I'm not having trouble. I would have thought I would have seen a share screen button, but I'm not seeing a share screen button.
Oh, 'cause you're an attendee.
Okay.
Is it something you want to send over and to the planning board and we could pop it up?
Sure, I can do that for sure.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna, we have a couple other questions. So I'll move you out and take out a couple other questions. And once that comes in, we'll pull that up and pull you back. Did you get it, Millie?
No, I didn't get it. I didn't quite hear what his residential address was.
333 Southwest Cutoff.
Okay, thanks.
And I apologize. The best email to send it is if it's on the agenda. I can check the agenda.
Lori, do you want him to send it to your email address?
Sure, or could we just make him a co-host so he can share his screen?
Oh, and what's the best way to do that?
Sorry, I appreciate it. Thank you.
We can bring him in as a panelist if we want.
Oh, okay, sure. I don't see how to do that for me. Do you have special powers?
So I see that 33C Southwest looks like it's the urgent care building, not a residence.
That's do you remember this is the Trammell Crow, the New England baseball that we've been talking about that was under consideration for inclusion in the overlay district?
Right, but is this for public comment for businesses, not
It's
residents?
pertaining to the MBTA overlay district.
Okay, did that work?
Yes, I think I got it going.
Okay, so I'm going to limit you to about 5 minutes, please.
Appreciate it. Madam Chair, Planning Board, Ms. Connors, thank you very much for the opportunity to share this. First, a little bit of background about myself. My name is Jason Kossow. I've been with the ownership group at 333 Southwest Cutoff since we developed it into the baseball fields and the medical office building about 10, 11 years ago. Since then, I've operated the facility. And I do live locally with my wife and a couple of kids. So most of my time is spent probably between my house and Northborough. Just wanted to give you just a little bit of background about myself. We had been in previously in front of the planning board to discuss a development of 315 units. This was in large part driven by our thought that Avalon would not be included in the district. It certainly seems that Avalon will be moved forward with in the district. So we have reassessed and understanding that the planning board is looking just to fill the balance of the Avalon acreage. We would like to present 195 units as opposed to the 315 on a much smaller footprint. I think our property was considered earlier at 27 acres. And now we are considering the property to be at 13 acres. So plus Avalon would get you the 50 acres. And with that comes 195 units. Some of the benefits to the town of Northborough with regards to this potential or proposed development. One, as we've talked about in the past, we would like to pursue a development agreement. Other sites for MBTA communities can build whatever they want if they do not have a development agreement. The development at 333 Southwest Cutoff would be pre-programmed and agreed upon per development agreement with the town. Within that development agreement, we would call for no 3-bedroom units to be included as part of that development plan. Number two, location. Our current location and Route 20, or the current intersection and Route 20 are both capable of handling any additional traffic. The majority of the daily commuters from our proposed development would go onto Route 9 and either go east to the 495 corridor or west out to Worcester. Obviously, with this proposed development would support the adjacent retail at Northborough Crossing, and likely this would certainly be the closest to the Westborough's MBTA commuter rail station. I know impact on schools has been a hot button. We felt that by eliminating the 3-bedroom apartments, we could better control the number of school children versus any unknown development. And with this 195 units given, with this 195 units given the unit count, we anticipate about 23 school-age children to reside at the development. Further benefit would be compliance with MBTA communities. And then the financial benefit is on the following slide. We've presented some of these numbers in the past. Obviously, the permit fees and public works fees are one-time assessed fees. Annual real estate taxes we estimate would go up to about $682,000. They're currently at about $84,000 a year. And you can see the impact that those annual taxes would have on the number of kids at our development versus, say, in Avalon. I know you mentioned TCR, Trammell Crow Residential. They're the group that would help. They would develop this. We are their partner in this. So they are professional. They've worked on development agreements in other communities, quite frankly, with regards to this MBTA communities. So they're well versed in writing, creating, and developing a development agreement, even under this legislation. They've also done a number of local projects in Massachusetts, scattered throughout. Again, 333 Southwest Cutoff, 195 units. The general demographic and the product that Trammell Crow develops seeks out empty nesters and local downsizers, young working professionals, commuters to Worcester, Boston, surrounding areas. And their amenity package certainly supports that with elevator, clubhouse, conference rooms, heated pools, coffee bar and lounge, dog spa, and fitness center. Some comparable properties. We probably most would be compared to the Quinn 35 in Shrewsbury. That's adjacent to the Whole Foods and the old Spags. They have a slightly larger unit count at 250, but the average square foot per unit is about the same. They also have a similar mix of studio 1 and 2 bedrooms. As I mentioned before, we won't have any 3 bedrooms. They're 10% affordable, and they have about 30 school children that come out of those 250 units. And again, their amenities are driven towards that demographic of working professional. The Avalon we've said is not a good comparable. They almost have double the number of units. The average square footage per unit is 38% greater. That's driven by the number of 2 bedrooms and townhouses that they have. Also, they have 93 bedroom units. It's a 40B property with 25% affordable units, and 140 school children come from that development. Just a quick comparison. Oops.
All right, you're about out of time, so
I appreciate it. This is the last slide, so that's it. So this is just a quick comparison of those other projects. Obviously, ours at 195 units versus Quinn at 250, Avalon at 382, and then just a unit mix breakdown. We certainly wanted to get rid of the 3 bedrooms to help control the school children, and I think we did.
Okay, great. If you could email this to the planning board email, that would be great. And then everyone have a chance to review in depth. But I appreciate you sharing. Thanks so much.
And I appreciate the time.
No problem. Okay, next we have Patrick F. I'm going to bring you in. Just your name and address, please. Hi, Patrick. Oops, I can't hear you yet.
Oh, no, you can't hear me, or you can?
Yeah. Oh, yes, we can. Yep.
Okay. Patrick French, 112 Cedar Hill Road. I guess I support the proposal, but I guess my opinion is it probably could go further downtown, right? Like there probably isn't going to be a lot of development as a result of what's been zoned downtown, and zoning more probably in the long run would have been better, but I still think we have to start somewhere. So I still support what's been proposed. It's interesting because somebody else made a comment earlier, kind of similarly, of like, why not more and stuff like that. And I know why some folks on the board don't want to do more, and that's fair enough. But I wonder, I guess my question is, if for some reason, and I hate to jinx it, but come town meeting, if something goes wrong and folks, this doesn't work out, like, is there a mechanism? Because this is my first time paying attention and potentially going to a town meeting and stuff, so I'm learning. Is there a way we find out, like, are people not liking this because we didn't do enough downtown? Like that we didn't zone enough downtown? Like if it doesn't work out, do we figure that out after the fact, or when when do we start getting the pulse of, oops, we pulled back too much?
So that's a good concern, Patrick. Thanks for bringing that up. I think if for some reason this does not pass at town meeting, I think we get another, if we have is there a fall town meeting? Is that definite with the fire station? Okay, so there is an opportunity at a fall town meeting that if we need to regroup and rethink it, we sort of have that as a safety net in my mind. I don't know if any other board members or Lori, you have a comment on your view on that?
Yeah, I think that's one of the major motivations of going forward with the Springtown meeting, is it would give us another opportunity if it doesn't go well, because we have to comply by December 31st of this year. So, I mean, ideally, we'd all like to see it pass on the first run. I think this is a super conservative because the fear is that if we're more aggressive, it won't pass. But I know what we've been discussing over the last few meetings is that if it does pass and then we decide that we want to go further, then it'll be much easier to add parcels later than it will be to be too aggressive to start and have it fail at town meeting because of excess aggressiveness.
No, I appreciate that. And I agree. I think, starting somewhere and being a little conservative is fine. Like, my specific question was, if it fails, and I'm sorry that I'm asking this because we all want it to pass, how do we find out why? Did the majority vote against because we didn't zone enough downtown?
So Patrick, it sounds like you haven't been to a town meeting yet, but we will absolutely know why by the end of the night.
Okay. I look forward to experiencing my first one.
Yeah. Did you have something there?
No, I was going to say the same thing. I'm sure they'll let us know at town meeting.
Yep.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for taking my question.
No problem. Thank you. All right, we have a couple more questions. Let's see. We have a couple more returning. Rick Leaf, I'll bring you back in. Hi, Rick. Was this your hand up from before or a new question? Oops, you're on mute. Maybe it was this a leftover or new?
Another comment.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, this has to do with the affordability component that was talked about, the 10%, maybe 15%. As you know, I'm also involved with the Northborough Affordable Housing Corporation, and I'm just speaking now on behalf of myself, not on behalf of the corporation here. But, having a 10% requirement does nothing more than make sure that all of the market rate units that get built as part of this don't drop us below the 10%. But if it turns out it's financially viable that these builders can do something and provide more than 10%, it's a way to get us ahead of the game and offset other market rate units that are going to be built outside of whatever happens here. So I would certainly urge you guys, if you can, put a 15% affordability factor in there. To do that, just from the standpoint of maintaining our ability to stay ahead of the 10% requirement. And also, as we've talked about, there's a need, for municipal employees, teachers, people who live in town, our children growing up, to find more affordable housing over time. So not only does it make sense to build affordable housing to keep us above the 10% threshold, but there is a need for people in town to be able to afford housing at this level also. So for both reasons, if it is possible to expand that from 10% to 15%, I think that'd be a good idea.
Okay. Good comments. Thanks, Rick. Okay, a couple more questions. Carter Brannon, bringing you back in. Was your hand up again or from before?
Oh, I think that was from before. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. It's tough to tell. And then Scott Rogers. Scott, is this a leftover or a new one?
New question. Yeah,
Okay.
thanks. And it's probably a result of having further discussion about 77 Main and 333 Southwest Cutoff. I know in your previous board meetings, you've talked about what to include or not include in this district. Would it be good to go through some of those reasons to help the public understand the properties that were included or were not included?
Sure. So thanks for bringing that up. So for board members, if you were to think back to our conversations, over time. Does anything stand out that'd be helpful to highlight for the public in terms of what we looked at, didn't look at? I think, in my view, a lot of it we had a lot of conversations about the school system, overburdening the schools, making sure we did this in one step at a time. Any other comments or thoughts on our thought process that'd be helpful? Bill, you have something?
Yeah, no, I agree with what you said, right? We were concerned about having a developer come in right away and start developing a property right away. We actually had two properties that came in, one on Hudson Street and then the one that you just saw at Southwest Cutoff that were potential properties. But again, the concern comes in that, if we overburden it and not go through this in a slow, meticulous manner, that we could really cause more harm to the town than good.
Any other comment? Traffic. We thought a lot about traffic, especially downtown. Suitability of the property. It had to be contiguous. We had to hit a lot of notes. We also had to consider wetlands. We had to be mindful of needing to subtract out land that was not buildable. It was a little bit of a puzzle in some cases, I felt like. I don't know, any other board members, Amy or Anthony or Millie, thoughts on your thought process?
I'd say that both of what you said pretty much summarizes it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we did want to have some of the, consider what the options were and where they were, and downtown being a piece of it, I think is an important part of the discussion that we added in, was mixed use and residential and business.
Yeah. I mean, for me, downtown, Lori obviously had presented some different grants that would be helpful for us to get, and I think that's a huge incentive. I always struggle with what comes first, the housing or economic development. I still wish we had some sort of infrastructure for an economic development committee or resource or someone to really help the businesses that we have. So I personally struggle a little bit with that philosophy, but in terms of the properties, it seemed like the least risky in my mind for the board members. I think we thought a lot about risk versus reward. So how could we get those grants without overburdening the town, without, kind of stepping our toes in the water a little bit. So hopefully that helps everybody. We have one last question here, and then we're going to move on to the next one. I have Lisa Maselli. Lisa, I'm going to bring you in. Hi, Lisa.
Hi there, it's Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. I'm a little confused just about the affordable housing aspect of it, because I hear on one hand that it's, we all want to be able to have affordable housing, certainly, and better for the people who are, struggling, and certainly for our, people who do work for our town. But I'm confused because I thought that there was a different type of threshold that made it available to the person to getting into affordable housing. I thought that the threshold was that you had to make a certain income, but you didn't have a house. You didn't have an existing house. I may be wrong, but I thought that you had to be. It was based on need, and the greater need started with no housing or well, yeah, basically it was no housing, and it was open to the entire state. It wasn't just open to the town. Am I wrong about that?
Okay, Lori, looks like you have an answer for that one.
Yeah, so in order to meet the affordable housing threshold, you have to qualify as low income. So you don't have to be homeless. You just have to qualify. So you could be a renter. Or you could, live with somebody else and, like a parent or, and so you just have to meet the affordability threshold, which is an annual income based on household size. And then they also have certain parameters having to do with how much savings you have, like how many assets you have. But that's all defined by the state. So the town isn't defining what those thresholds are.
So, but if the state then decides and isn't the most needy come first? Or isn't it like everybody puts their name in and they have to be qualified by the most need first?
It depends on what type of housing they're building. So that if they're targeting the 80% affordability threshold, then you just have to apply. So oftentimes there's a lottery. So you would be competing, particularly for ownership units. So you put your name in the ring. So you submit an application, and then the manager will income qualify everybody. And then it goes into a hat and they pick out the name. And that's the person who gets the unit. Rentals are dealt with differently. And so it all depends on how they're doing the housing. So Avalon, when a unit becomes available, they affirmatively market the unit, they income qualify people, and then that's probably a first come, first served basis. So it's like how people rent an apartment. The situation isn't all that different.
All right, but it is including all of the state, though. It's not just Northborough.
No, not necessarily. So Avalon, what you're talking about is housing authority properties. So
Okay.
that's super, super low income. So you apply for a super low income unit through the housing authority. It's like a statewide system, and then they have a waiting list. But that's not what we're talking about here. This would just be low income. So it's 80% the median. The housing authority is dealing with very low income people. So like, I think 30 to 50% of the median. So much lower income folks.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. And Rick, I figured you'd have your hand up on this one, Rick.
Yeah, just one other comment. For units, I think it's at least 4 units or more, the town can specify local preference of at least 50% of the units can be local preference. That means that if people who live or work or have children in the Northborough school system are interested in one of these affordable units, and they qualify on income, usually it's at 80% of median income, which is fairly substantial in the Northborough area, then all the local applicants are put in one bucket, and all those names are drawn first to fill the number of units that are available on local preference. And then all of the people in the local bucket who aren't chosen are put in the general bucket, and they're available again for selection in the lottery for the balance of the units. So local preference is something that we always want to do for building in Northborough, and every project that I've been involved with, the Housing Corporation has had for the 4 unit or more projects that had local preference, and we put at least half, if not more, than half of Northborough people in there. So for these projects, non-housing authority projects, there is an ability to make sure that a significant portion of people in the Northborough area that want to get in the lottery do get selected.
Oh, that's great to know. Thanks for sharing that. Oh, Laura, you
And
have some-
just to echo that residency preference was written into the bylaw. So Northborough residents would be defined as people who currently live in the town of Northborough, as well as current employees of the town or a business establishment located in Northborough or household with children attending the Northborough South Pole Regional School District.
That's great. Okay, thanks for sharing that, Rick, and bring that forward. Okay, why don't we then move on to the next one? Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. We had some emails come in too. I just want to make sure to recognize the ones that came in. So we had an email come in from Anna Servideo at 26 Stratton Way. She asked about cutting the number of acres zoned downtown to 2 for 30 units. She's concerned about Perhaps the school doesn't have the highest population, but resources for IEPs, 504s are extremely drained. She was concerned about classroom size. The draw for the town is the school system, and just wanted to express her concern about the school possibly suffering with the addition of housing. We have an email from Eamon Ben Savengo. Let's see. He is in full support of the MBTA communities and our bold implementation. Feels like housing is really important in the state. This enactment of this law in Northborough gives us a chance to participate in our contribution to solving the problem, helping with prosperity, vibrance. Let's see. He and his family have lived here for 3.5 years. Oh, no, I'm sorry. His address is 114 Hudson Street for the minutes. He thought it'd be better than having gas stations overshadowing the town. It could be a place for residents to walk and shop, and it's a great chance for foot traffic to flourish, our economy. Let's see. Also, considering Southwest Cutoff, this is for a different one, but for the bylaw on Southwest Cutoff as an overlay zoning district, also want to express support for that. Encourage the board to allow new housing to be built downtown via a zoning overlay there as well. Let's see. I think that gets the gist of, we should not, non-compliance of the law should not be considered. Middle compliance is satisfactory, bold compliance should be our aim. So that was from Eamon. Did I miss anybody that sent in a message about, I'm trying to look through emails.
Fran reiterated the comments.
Okay, did Fran send one in for MBTA, or she did one for the bylaws? I saw that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think she did one specifically for MBTA.
Okay, I didn't see that. Okay, so I think that captures all the feedback there. So then with that, we can move forward to the next one.
And Carrie, I'm going to defer to you.
Okay, so this zoning bylaw proposes the elimination of use variances. And what use variances are is it gives a ZBA, and actually I won't read each bullet here, but it gives ZBA the ability to allow for a use that's not otherwise included in our bylaws. A little bit of the rationale behind not granting use variances going forward is because oftentimes use variances conflict with the community's master plan. So it's very difficult to get the zoning that you want when you allow for these exceptions. And also another component of this is really that the people who live in the town and go to town meeting, what considered the legislative body, should really be the body that decides on what uses we want in the town. So we circumvent that authority when we give the authority over to a different board. It's a 5-member appointed board to decide on our behalf to allow for uses. Whereas a different approach could actually be, if we do have a need for those uses, we should put it in the bylaws, go through the process like this public hearing tonight, give people in the community a chance to comment, give their feedback, give everybody a chance to vote on it, and say collectively as a community, we want this use in our town, let's put it in the bylaws, versus having a smaller group decide it wasn't in the bylaws, but we're going to allow for it anyway. So in my in presentation of this to the board and in discussing it as a board, I think we agreed that it would be a good idea to remove use variances from our bylaws. Towns in Massachusetts, not all towns in cities and towns in Massachusetts allow for it. You actually have to have a bylaw that allows for use variances specifically in order to do this. Otherwise, your town does not allow use variances, which many have started to move away from use variances as sort of an antiquated way for allocating uses in town. Additional comments from the board? Did I miss anything? Comments or questions from the board? Okay, comments or questions from the public? Okay, I see Scott. Hi, Scott. Just your name and address.
Yeah, thanks again. Scott Rogers, 26 Tomahawk Drive. I guess if the removal of use variances kind of removes some flexibility for good ideas. I think chair of the zoning board of appeals kind of said, it was a tool in the toolbox. If use variances are not allowed, and I think we have it that only explicitly listed uses are then allowed. Any use in the use table is prohibited, right? In terms of the way our bylaws are structured. If someone came to the town with a really good idea for downtown revitalization, what then is the path, and how long would it take to get that really good use, a really good idea developed or allowed and then cleared for implementation?
That's a good question, Scott. Use variances aren't really for really good ideas. It's for a hardship. So you actually are supposed to show specific criteria, which consists of there's either a hardship unique to your lot that has to do with either soil, topography, or shape of your property. You have to show, what's the second hardship down? Help me out, gang. That was the first one. You have to hit 3 areas of your hardship.
Was it dimensional? No, never mind.
It's soil, topography,
Yes, yeah.
Look what I did with
and
balloons.
shape of the lot. And then you have to prove one of those 3.
Yep.
Then you also have to demonstrate that it's not going to be a significant hardship to the neighborhood. And then the third, I think, is that it doesn't derogate from the purposes of the zoning bylaw. Is that right, Bob?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not, you're technically not supposed to come and say, I have a really good idea and I need to use variance. You're supposed to have a significant hardship that you can prove. And actually, if you're going to say it's about the soil, you need to bring soil samples. You can't just, so I think we've been applying the bylaw a little bit loosely over time, which is also a risk. And it's not really a tool for allowing for good ideas that you forgot about in your bylaws. And then if someone does have a good idea, unfortunately or not, it should go through the correct process of going to town meeting, letting a public hearing so you and everybody else can comment on it, and then allowing people to vote for it. So I hope that clarifies a little bit.
So if you could go into that detail bit of what would be the steps and how long would it take to get a new use listed?
So similar to this, you'd go through the whole bylaw process. Oh, Amy, did you have something there?
That's what I was gonna say. We have to do it every year. So if you're a resident and you want to bring a new use forward, you have to go through what the planning board does every year. Bring it to the planning board and then go through the public hearing process. Have it vetted.
Laura, you have something on that one?
Yeah, you could also, you don't necessarily have to start with the planning board. You could submit a petition article to the Board of Selectmen, and you could have that signed by, I think it's 10 registered voters. And then the Board of Selectmen would forward that to the planning board, and the planning board is required to hold the public hearing for you. And then make the recommendation at the annual meeting, town meeting.
Or a special town meeting, right?
It could be a special town meeting as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up was you could always do a special town meeting, right? That's, we've got one coming up in the fall. There was actually one that was talked about potentially happening this month. And that was a month out from the time we were talking about it to the time they were potentially looking to perform it. So, there are lots of other options.
So I'm hearing 6 to 18 months, something like that, depending on where in the cycle we hit it. If an idea was proposed about now, when the board is considering new bylaws, it would then potentially be in place for town meetings. So that would be something measured in just a few months.
It's a special town meeting.
If
It's
you do
like
a special
45
town meeting.
days. It has
Special
to
town meeting, 45 days.
I'm guessing
But-
45 days, but it wasn't long.
So the
But really,
petition
the
article
appetite-
has to be submitted before the warrant is closed. And then the planning board would have to immediately schedule the public hearing. So we have to advertise a minimum of 14 days in advance, and it has to be twice in the newspaper. So really the turnaround time from submission to the start of the public hearing is about a month.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking, right, is our current focus on downtown revitalization, right? How do we get businesses to come into our empty storefronts, and how to take some of the abandoned properties? And so I'm looking for ways to incentivize that development rather than discourage it. And so your explanation on the use variances and that they, apparently are a non-player, it doesn't play into that. I'd be looking in future years for creative ideas from the planning board on how to incentivize great development ideas rather than discouraging in some cases. And so if in the next cycle, you can think about bylaw changes that would help encourage development, I think that would be very well received by the public.
Well, let me ask you, is there a use that you think is missing from downtown that you've noticed? That would be helpful to know.
Oh, myself, I've, in years past, I've had my hypotheticals, right? I've talked about bacon soap business in previous, right? And about rendering fat, when we were prohibited activities, downtown in terms of fat rendering. Those were all hypothetical, kind of silly ideas, but no, personally, I'm not a developer. I'm just looking for ways to be more business friendly in Northborough, and if we can find ways to encourage it. A lot of folks in looking at the use variance prohibition will read that as a discouragement. So I think explaining that we wouldn't have been able, shouldn't have been able to do use variances anyway, will be important at town meeting to get kind of that off the table. If you want to, explicitly, give that rationale, that'll help explain that it, in this case, in the use variance, it neither encourages nor discourages business and development.
Good feedback. Amy, you have something there?
Yeah, I think this whole discussion started a couple years ago. We attended a course in economic development in your downtown. And after you go through a downtown revitalization, there should be bylaws set up for the type of businesses you want to see downtown and the type of downtown. I'm not saying to discourage certain businesses, but the town is supposed to come up with a plan. And the class actually said, as long as you have a use variance, you may never get to the point you're trying to get to, because there's always a way to override what your end goal is.
But you just said that use variances don't do that. So I guess that's not even a consideration.
No, that was specifically in the course. Like use variances do, it doesn't allow you to reach your vision because there's always an exception model versus collectively agreeing to a plan. So say you brought up, hey, let's come up with some great ideas. So we could come up with all the great ideas in the world and of what we want downtown to look like. But for as long as use variances exist, the exceptions prevent that from happening. And that's really what this course talked about and sort of the original genesis of wanting to change this bylaw a couple of years ago in the first place.
But you said that the exceptions only happen for soil and topography and other things. So it doesn't sound to me like it is open season if you keep it in there.
Well, if you go back in history, there are some cases where we haven't looked at those things. So if we haven't been applying the criteria correctly, then that's a very dangerous thing to have, because then it does allow for uses that don't meet the hardships but are allowed anyway. So that's also been another problem. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, so I think that'll be good to have that explanation at town meeting, and then hopefully then out of the studies that are happening with revitalization, there's put forward to you all a list of encouraged uses for the next cycle.
Yeah, that's a great thought. Thanks so much.
We actually added a couple this year. The co-working space and the maker space.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I have a couple more comments here. Oh, sorry.
Quick, that's okay. Lori, I thought we had, was it for the MBTA communities that we had suggested that they had the ability to add an additional floor if they were doing multi-use? I didn't see that in your presentation.
Yeah, so there is an incentive into the bylaw that does allow a greater development potential, greater height if you're doing the mixed use, particularly in the downtown area. So if you're just doing a straight multifamily, the maximum height you can get is 35 feet. But if you agree to do the mixed use, so it could be horizontal or vertical, then you're able to go up to 45 feet.
Mhm.
Yeah. So I think to Scott's point, right, that's sort of thinking outside the box, right, of what the planning board has always done in the past. So I just wanted to make sure we highlight that we are trying to think of other ways to, incentivize and get business in, as well as, it's not just getting housing.
Owen, I don't know if you saw this. I'm getting some feedback that the YouTube streaming has stopped. I'm not sure if you see that on your end as well.
Yeah, I can definitely check it out.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, Marshall Gould, I'm going to bring you in here. Just your name and address. Hey, Marshall.
Marshall Gould at 41 West Street. And I want to talk about this concept of saying no more use variances. And I know it's been brought to town meeting on more than one occasion before, and it's been rejected. And there have been some questions asked that I don't think have been satisfactorily answered. And the first one is, what problems have been created by the variance process that are not good for the town of Northborough, or that are detrimental in any way to the town of Northborough or the district in which it's located? And I think when this question was asked at prior town meetings, a member or maybe even two members of the zoning board talked about the number of in fact, variances that were granted and how many were actually use variances, and they were a very small number. People think of use variances, and I think the example that has been used by this planning board, I know by Amy, has brought up that a seminar said Northborough Crossing had so many variances, it should never have been allowed. And in hindsight, that's all good, but with business, there are two factors. You have to consider both business coming in or already here, and then you have to consider residents who are already here. Now, things to consider are that your bylaw has already been changed. It used to say that if you wanted to expand a previously existing, lawfully existing, non-conforming use, the statute in Massachusetts says it cannot be substantially more detrimental than what is there now. In the case of the change that was made to the bylaw, it has to be less detrimental than exists now. That makes it harder for existing business owners who want to expand their businesses, and they may need a variance in order to do that. And I think that's an important consideration. I'll run down the other things that I have.
Can I quickly?
Oh, wait, hold on, Marshall. Amy wants to respond.
Before I forget, I just want to,
Yep.
because you spoke of what I said, so I just wanted to speak to that before I forget. But I never said that Northborough Crossing got so many variances that it never should have been allowed. I probably said that Northborough Crossing was the largest use variance ever allowed in the state of Massachusetts. But I didn't say anything about so many variances because I don't even know how many variances it had. I know it was the biggest use variance allowed in the state of Massachusetts, but
Okay.
I never said it shouldn't have been allowed. It was up to the town to decide whether it should be allowed. But I definitely didn't put my personal opinion out there.
Okay, so the second thing, I still want to go back. The biggest issue is why the change, what problems have been created? And the statute specifically sets forth for zoning board of appeals and allows them to issue variances unless the town votes no. It's brought forward to the town, I believe, on at least two occasions within the last short number of years, less than 5 years, I believe, and it's been rejected by the voters both times. That's something we need to consider. So obviously there's a push for this, and what negativity has been caused by variances that has still not been explained to the voters. I'll just make the points and then we can talk or not talk about them. There are times where people apply for variances for uses that are either not currently written or even considered in the bylaws, or in the case of private homeowners, sometimes they look for use variances where they have a residence and they want to put a certain type of business in their existing home. And it might be a very small use. Might be somebody wanting to do a small accounting for a small number of clients, or a dog grooming business, or who knows what. People like this, they're unlikely to go to a town meeting for a zone change. And you want the use to continue to be roughly what it is. And the zoning board is experienced, much like the planning board is
But
experienced.
Marshall, let me ask you, in the case of a home use, like you brought that up, what soil, topography, or shape hardship exists in that case? That it would fit the criteria of a use variance.
It might be that they are limited, but
No. But what soil, shape, or topography, what criteria does that hit in the use variance criteria? See, that's the problem. That's the exact problem with this bylaw, is we make these wishy-washy workarounds.
Terry, if I could just finish the points.
Please.
There used to be years ago, many zoning boards, not Northborough alone, but many throughout the state, and lawyers used to talk about it at conferences, the concept of no harm, no foul, particularly in the case of what I just talked about, of a small homeowner wanting
That's
to do.
exactly why we can't do that.
Terry,
This is exactly why.
Terry, could I please? So you're saying that if somebody wants to groom dogs in their basement or in the back of their home, or if they want to do some accounting and have customers coming to their home, they have to go to town meeting and they have to get the zone changed.
But it has to, if it wants to fit use variance criteria, tell me the criteria that fits. I'm just asking if that's the case if that's the use case, what soil, shape, or topography criteria does that example fit? That's the problem
And
with this bylaw.
in some, there might be cases where they may want to do something and there might be ledge or something, but you're right. In many of these real small cases, you don't have those. But I'm saying, what variance has been granted in the town that has created a problem for residents? And
Okay, I'll give you one.
okay,
Steris.
so
We had how many years do we have a lawsuit with Steris that started with a variance? How about 1 Lyman Street? I think that's in court. The litigation risk for misallocating or improperly allocating use variances is enormous. Those are examples. Amy, you have something?
Yeah, I also wanted to point out, can I just point out one thing?
Hold on 1 second, please. Amy's responding to something.
Okay.
That accounting office inside a person's home is a home occupation, and that's allowed. A professional office within a home wouldn't even need a use variance. Something that small is already allowed in the home occupation bylaw.
Okay, so who's to determine one that small?
Well, any professional office, whether it's right in the bylaw. I'd have
What
to
if
open it
somebody
up.
wants to
I
do?
think there's a determination, sorry. I think there is about the amount of square footage that it takes up, or the space, I thought.
We'll have to open it up to the page.
Oh, Bob, do you know offhand for home occupation? It's okay if you don't.
There may be a limit. I'm not gonna bust into the weeds for this because you guys are way into the weeds on this. You need to think 5 and 10,000 feet.
Yeah.
So if I could just finish what I wanted to say on this.
Sure.
I still don't see where there has been a problem. Now, let me also say, what we're trying to do is to do a service for the town. But what service are we doing because I know that none of you here are lawyers that are representing clients. But think about how many cases you have had come to Northborough for special permits or variances. They are drastically reduced. And part of that is the town is viewed as very business unfriendly. if somebody tries to get zoning for a particular use in a particular, in a particular area, that's spot zoning. You make it sound like it's very simple to do. Spot zoning is not something that is often allowed. In fact, the Attorney General could very easily turn it down. So businesses coming in are not likely to apply for spot zoning in lieu of a variance, simply because of the fact it's a lot of time, it's a lot of money, and there are other places they could go other than Northborough and get some of what they want. Whereas in Northborough, you're saying, go. And I hear what you're saying, Kerry, and I hope you'll hear what I'm saying. You have to trust the ZBA, much like you trust the planning board, to enforce their rules. And part of those rules give a benefit to the town. If you rezone, much like we just talked about with 3A, if you rezone property for apartments, they can immediately come in and build those apartments. They don't have to go through the development agreement with you if you don't already have one in advance on that site. Now, when you come to a variance, you're leaving out some of the important parts of a variance. The permit granting authority can impose conditions, safeguards, and limitations of time and use, including continued existence of structures, but excluding any condition, safeguard, or limitation based upon continued ownership of the land. Now, some of those things have been used by the planning board with special permits. The zoning board has also used these. And I think you're not giving enough credit to the zoning board. And that's why people at town meeting ask, what problems have been created by the variance in this town that you are looking not once and not twice, but now the third time in a short period of time to get that put into the bylaw? And I think people need to know this.
Marshall, so I will say that people brought up at the last town meeting, one detriment to the town was the use variance granted at One Lyman, and I know you represented that applicant. So I don't think it's fair for you to come forward and ask a question like that when you know full well that One Lyman Street was presented as having detriment to the residents in that area.
The court has decided already on that.
But you asked what would cause detriment, and it caused detriment to go to court about that, to have residents, that was what you asked, what was brought up. That was brought up at the last town meeting.
And the resident lost the case because they were alleging the detriment was a groundwater issue. And so I'm just telling you, I think you're taking away power given to the Zoning Board of Appeals by the legislature in Massachusetts. I know you're saying some towns are doing away with those, but I'm saying, why should Northborough remove powers from the ZBA? Nobody is asking to remove powers from the planning board. And I'm saying, what has caused a problem? And I think it should be presented to the town, what it is. You're bringing up One Lyman. Most people don't think that's a problem at all. There was one abutter who thought it was a problem because that abutter lives on the corner of where a commercial, industrial rather, and a residential zone exists. Spot zone represents a much bigger problem. So I'm just saying to you, I think if you're going to go to town meeting, I think the rationale for why this is being proposed should be given. When has it been a problem to the town? And don't cite one case where the neighbor who lives next door doesn't want it. Let's put it to where something has gone forward and it's presented a problem to the town.
Okay, it's a good point. I appreciate your passion.
And the last thing I just wanted to say is, when you go on a particular bylaw to the town several times and it's been turned down, there has to be more than just, why should we allow it? If everybody wants to do that, it's not a good idea. And to think that somebody going to the town meeting for a zone change is a simple and easy process. What happens is, for the residents who get most of the variance, it's because they want to do something at their house.
That's
may
not the criteria. All right. I agree. I get your point. You're making a good one. We should clarify.
But you're making those and the reason you had people vote against you is people heard that. You're saying, oh, they need the criteria, but those people aren't going to vote for this if they think that they might need it in their homes or something, and then they can't get it. So I think you're being blind if you're not listening to what I'm saying, but more importantly, what the voters were saying at the last meeting. I respect everything you are doing. I understand that. I think cogent arguments can be made on both sides, but I don't think you should respond by pointing out one property where one abutter appealed. That's all I'm saying, okay?
All right. Thanks for the feedback.
All right.
Good night. Okay. I'm going to pull in Fran Backstrand. Hi, Fran. Just your name and address.
Hi, thank you, Carrie. Fran Backstrand, 76 Cedar Hill Road. Just real quick, on this warrant article, just to clarify, if appropriately applied, a use variance is unique to the property that is on the application. Is that correct? I should say that is correct, right?
Unique to the other properties, surrounding properties.
No,
Is that what you mean?
the property. No, so if a certain property applicant comes before the zoning board, applies for a use variance, and it is granted, it is specific to that property.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. If we do away with the use variance and it just doesn't exist, and somebody then goes through the process of either special town meeting or citizen petition, whatever, and they get through the process 18 months later, the use that they wanted on their little piece of property is now going to be allowed in that entire district. Is that correct? Either by right or special permit, right?
No, the variance is specific to the land, so it wouldn't be the whole.
I'm saying we're doing away with the variance. We're doing.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you applied for you went through the town meeting and you put it in a district. So yes, in the district.
Right. So now that use that might not have been a deterrent on one piece of property is now going to be allowed in the whole district. I mean, that would be, I guess, one of the rationales for if appropriately used, there's value to it. Now, I will use.
Fran, I will just say, I get what you're saying, but the difference that I'm saying is that went through the legislative body, and as a legislative body, everybody got the chance to speak to that and vote on that, and it wasn't just one application and 5 people. It was as a town, as a legislative body, that was the process, which the Attorney General has deemed as the correct process to go through for your zoning, is to have a public hearing process, a place for people to comment. So even though whether it goes to the whole district, that's okay, because it went through the process of everyone in town having the chance to say, yes, we want that use. Not a single application where 5 people said, oh, I know it's not on the use table, but we're going to let this one go.
Well, so I mean, I guess what I'm saying is that the potential, there's a greater risk of assumed harm to the community if it's allowed throughout the district. I mean, just something silly. I won't do as silly as what Scott Rogers did, but there was somebody on Milk Porridge that came and got a use variance for a home personal service for massage therapy. It's not an allowed use in residential zone. Correctly or incorrectly, the Zoning Board of Appeals granted that use variance. If that use variance hadn't existed and this person then went through the process, massage therapy, home personal services would have to then be allowed in all of whatever residential zone. So I'm just saying, and I'm not going to argue it one way or the other. I'm just pointing out that that is a potential downside. The last thing I will just say is that if the feeling or the thought is that the tool is being used incorrectly, you don't get rid of the tool. You educate the people on how to use it more correctly as it was intended, so that you have that option, as opposed to throwing it out of the toolbox when it may come in handy someday. Maybe it never will, but it may come in handy someday. And that's all.
Yeah.
And the rest can be at town meeting. I just wanted to.
No, I'm glad you brought that up, Fran. And I know I guess the thing with that is if we say, all right, let's train everybody so that we apply the criteria, then it sounds to me like the things people want to use it for, we could no longer use it for. So that massage parlor, that the accounting in the basement or whatever, it sounds like what people want to use it for isn't actually what the true use variance criteria would allow for. So I don't know, maybe there's a different way where we could, I mean, I hear the point, like, well, you don't want to wait for 18 months to get something through, and we want to allow it to be business friendly. But for some reason, the use variance piece, it just like, we talk out of both sides of our mouths, not you or me personally, but just
Right,
like,
right.
yeah.
Right. Well, I will say that last thing, if it shouldn't be applied for things that we want, then let's find out how it should be applied and use it in that way, not get rid of it, but use it in that way with the understanding that whether it's 5 people elected to the planning board or 5 people appointed on the zoning board, our interpretation and perception of what the bylaws read, how they read, can be different. It doesn't mean they're right or wrong. They can be different. And that's why there's an appeal process to go through, whether it's a for or against. So again, the tool has value. And if we have concerns that it's not being used correctly, let's find out exactly how it should be used and use it more carefully.
Okay. Great feedback, Fran. Thanks. Okay, I have 2 more comments and we'll move on from here. I have Rick Leaf. Rick, if you want your name and address.
Yeah, Rick Leaf, 30 Wiles Farm Road. I was a past member of the planning board, and we had discussed this also when I was a member of the planning board. I guess one question, where did the Zoning Board of Appeals come down on this warrant article? Are they going to support this on the floor of town meeting or not?
So we did actually invite the ZBA to join us at our last meeting, and I wrote on my notes that there were mixed feelings on this one. So there was some back and forth on it. I think Fran, who just spoke, is obviously a member of the ZBA. I know she supports it. Planning board members, do you remember anything specific from the ZBA? I just wrote down that there were mixed feelings, and we wanted to talk more about the criteria. Anything that stood out? Okay. So what does that lead you to say, Rick, based
Well,
on that?
I guess the chance of this being successful at town meeting will increase dramatically if in fact the planning board and zoning board both present their support for the article. If in fact on the floor of town meeting, zoning board members are going to oppose this, it's going to cause it to be more difficult for it to be approved. So if there's any way between now and town meeting, the planning board and the zoning board can jointly come up with a position how to present that, I think that would be helpful. And the reason I say that is because I support this. I supported it when I was on the planning board. I believe also that the way to do planning is to figure out what you want the town to look like in advance, to create zoning articles that propose that, to get public input as to what the town would like to see, and then modify the zoning by a vote of the legislative body to have the zoning for the town represent what the majority or 2/3 of the majority of the people in town want, and then to live by that. And if in fact people don't want dog grooming parlors in residential neighborhoods and the zoning prohibits that, then there shouldn't be a way to get a dog grooming facility onto a residential lot when all the abutting neighbors had voted to not have that in the zoning. So I think it goes back to what Bob said about viewing this at 10,000 feet. From 10,000 feet, I think the question is, how do you establish and maintain your zoning? And my feeling is you do that through the legislative body. If in fact there's some incredible economic benefit to the town of Northborough that could be provided, but the zoning doesn't allow, and the timing is right, that can be done and thought through and presented at the next upcoming town meeting, that's the way to do it. If the benefit to the town is so phenomenal that we can't wait for the next town meeting, there is the ability to call a special town meeting for some large economic development that could be allowed or approved through a change in the zoning, to the extent that individual landowners want to do something that's not allowed on their property, and to get a use variance to do that, I don't think benefits the town particularly, and it doesn't really affect our economic position. Same thing with downtown redevelopment. You know, there's another zoning article we're going to talk about tonight about doing something about groundwater rules in the downtown that'll make it easier to do downtown revitalization. That's something that if we do that, the town will decide on that as a group. And I think we'll need to keep talking about other ways that we need to view the zoning to make downtown revitalization, you know, more effective, and maybe come up with our warrant articles for 2025 town meeting. So my position would be that I think this ought to be supported, but I see a potential roadblock here if in fact the zoning board as a group or individual zoning board members stand up on the floor of town meeting and oppose this. So anything you guys can do to get in sync as two boards, I think would be really helpful.
Great point. Thanks, Rick. I appreciate it. Okay, a couple more comments here. I have Paul Tagliaferri. Hi, Paul, just your name and address.
Hey, Gary, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, Paul Tagliaferri, 32 Hemlock Drive. So I just want to, so I'm the chair of the ZBA. I just wanted to comment just quickly in response to Rick Leaf as chair of the ZBA. So just historically, the ZBA has never voted on planning board zoning bylaws. I think, in the past, we as a zoning board that's appointed by the select board, never thought it was sort of part of our jurisdiction to actually take a position on the planning board bylaws. And I don't see that changing in the future. So, I don't think the ZBA, with the powers that we have and sort of our position as part of the town government, takes a vote one way or the other with regards to the planning board bylaw. So I just wanted to comment quickly on Rick's point about the ZBA taking a position.
That's a great point, Paul. I think what we've seen in the past is members from the ZBA will stand up and say, I'm a member of this, or any boards, planning board, sometimes board of selectmen, ZBA, and say, I'm a member of this board, but I'm speaking as a resident. So that often is what will happen. I do think that'll be, to Rick's point, that will potentially happen. So I think something to think about, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess I would just say, like, whether we, the fact that the ZBA is not taking an official position is not indicative of our support or non-support for any of the planning bylaws. And I can't remember, for as long as I've been in Northborough, the ZBA taking an official position on any planning board bylaw.
Right. Yeah.
So that's all.
Okay, great. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, and last comment on this one, I have Carter Brannon. Hi, Carter, just your name and address.
Hi, Carter Brannon, 22 Sherland Drive. I was just wondering, I had a couple questions. One of them was if, and it sounds like the kind of intention of this is that the use variances and the use should be determined by the zoning that is done by the voters of the town at town meeting, as opposed to these variances that are being done by an appointed, unelected, 5-member board. And if that's the intention, is there perhaps a way to kind of, if this were to go forward, clarify the process of how changing the zoning would happen at town meeting to make that an easier and perhaps regular part of development in the town?
So are you suggesting as part of the presentation at town meeting, make that clear that what the process is, or you're just saying in general for any town?
Just even in general, either or even, I think some of that might be a state kind of legislature thing. Is there a way to even make that an easier process to, if there's even, a smaller project that wanted to do something that require a zoning change, to make it either easier, whether by through the changing the process or just making it more straightforward, people knowing what that process looks like.
Yeah, Lori, do you happen to know, I think at one point, Andy Dowd, our town clerk, was working on some sort of like documentation for voters to understand how to, make sure you register for town meeting, how to submit a bylaw, things like that. Do you know if that ever got anywhere? Have you seen it? I thought we had that.
I haven't seen that. The process of adopting a zoning change is set forth by Mass General Law. So there really isn't any flexibility. We all have to adhere to this process that's set forward by the state. But certainly we could provide a sheet that explains how to advance a zoning change. So if that would be helpful, then certainly we can provide that at town meeting.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking like if somebody was trying to go to the town with something that, you know, would require a variance, but that's not allowed, would it, you know, making that easier to be, well, the process for this would be changing
Right,
the zoning bylaws and this is how you do it. Making that something that's kind of the answer when somebody asks the question.
That's a great point. I'm gonna reach out to Andy because I could have sworn we had something that was along those lines, some sort of guide to help people. So it's a great point. Thanks for sharing that.
And then my other just comment is, I mean, I think a lot of this makes sense, but I worry that at town meeting, people are going to kind of perceive this, if it's not clarified, as like a kind of dispute between kind of taking power away from the different town boards, because I have heard that kind of talked about in town after previous town meetings, that the various town boards seem to kind of not be, sometimes seem like they're not all on the same page about things and kind of seem to be having like a, you know, I don't know if it's a local conspiracy theory of like a power struggle or something, but I do worry that, you know, this people might be suspicious of kind of one board trying to, or appearing to be like taking power away from another board.
Yeah, that's a good observation. We can think more about that a little bit. I would say that in the past, I feel like that may have been the environment as well. In my own personal opinion, I do feel like we have gotten to a better place where we can disagree without being disagreeable. So I think sometimes it's okay when we disagree, and hopefully that's a perception that we can take care of over time, because that would be unfortunate for the residents to feel that way.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, moving along to the next one. I think those are the most challenging of the bunch. Okay, do you want someone specific to cover this, Lori, or are you comfortable covering this one?
Yeah, I can cover this one. So the next article is to rezone a portion of the industrial district. So I have my cursor over the industrial district that we're talking about. And this is an ortho photo that shows some of the key properties that are located within that district. So we have Avalon of Northborough, we have Northborough Crossing, we have the Kimball Gravel Pit. This is the northern boundary. There is a residential condo development that is within the district to the north. There are some commercial uses, and there is the New England baseball complex and the medical office to the south. So right now, as I mentioned, this area is currently zoned industry. This area also falls within the major commercial overlay district. So the proposal is to eliminate the major commercial overlay district because a lot of the uses that are currently allowed within that district would be allowed in the underlying zoning. The proposal is to rezone this area Highway Business Southwest. So this would be a brand new zoning district. It would be very similar in nature to the existing Highway Business District. There are a couple of uses that would be different in this district as opposed to the Highway Business District, but the bulk of the uses would be similar. So when you're looking at the current uses, There are, of course, a couple of large multifamily developments, Avalon of Northborough, as well as the other condo development, name escapes me at the moment. Those particular developments were 40B developments, so that's why they exist. The current zoning does not allow residential development. The new development, the new zoning, the underlying zoning would not allow residential development. However, as we previously discussed, Avalon would be within the new MBTA overlay district, so that is how that would be a permitted use. Then there are a couple of other uses that currently exist, like the gravel pit. That would be a grandfathered use. And then there's also a self-storage facility that would not be allowed in the current district. In the proposed district, however, once again, that'd be grandfathered. And the auto filling station. So there's a BJ's auto filling station that is part of Northborough Crossing. We did discuss at our last meeting possibly changing that from a no to a special permit use. I'm looking for some direction from the planning board, whether you want to make that change or not. Some other aspects of this bylaw is it includes the dimensional requirements, which would be identical to the highway business district. 40,000 square foot minimum lot size, 150 linear feet of frontage. There also would be some changes to the site design standards, but just so that they would apply to this newly created district, Highway Business Southwest. So this change would advance a 2020 master plan goal to continue to support and manage commercial development outside of the downtown, particularly along Route 20 and Route 9, considering adjacent land use compatibility and the town's preservation priorities. So the way that this area has developed over time is not really in character with industrial district uses, which tend to be kind of heavy and not necessarily compatible with residential development. So the idea is to rezone the area so that we would get uses that are more compatible with what currently exists on the ground. Happy to receive comments on this one.
Okay, so for this one, we had a couple of outstanding items for board members. Laura, you mentioned one of them. So we have the gas station. I also had, we were going to take a look at the board to approve the special permits. We talked last time, we wanted to do a little bit of consistency or have a rhyme or reason to which board was looking at them. Did we need to remove the language of the overlay? Was that something, Lori, that the overlay is now gone or we keep it?
So the idea is to remove the overlay. We did speak today to town council to just verify that it wouldn't be wise to keep the district in play if there's no land associated with it. And he did agree it would be very confusing, especially for those of us who are the enforcers of the zoning bylaw.
Okay.
So once we leave, then of course the institutional knowledge goes. And then the folks who come in our footsteps aren't going to understand why there is a zoning bylaw, but no land associated with it.
Okay, so it sounds like overlay we're removing as originally, or not originally thought, but as discussed. And then Amy, you had some, I think you mentioned you had some changes or some thoughts on how we could kind of divvy up, I suppose, between ZBA and planning board?
Sure, I can share my screen and then everybody can, definitely have their feedback. Oh, wait, I don't want to share that. Let's see. I almost shared my screen, which would have been a picture of everybody. Okay. Do you just see the bylaw?
Yes.
Okay. All right. This is actually one thing I had changed. So these are all the same. I had changed the assisted living facility to yes. In all of the senior communities, like assisted living, and there's another one down further. But someone had mentioned to me that we might want to ask the fire chief or police chief if this would be too taxing on the municipal services, because they get a lot of their calls from the nursing homes that are in town already. So I was just wondering if it's something we could do. Lori, is just ask them if we added these into the new district, if they thought it would be, a
Or can we just
problem.
make it a special permit instead?
We could do
Fire-
that. And that way, per application, we could just ask them as like we always do. That's a good
Any
idea.
thoughts on that from the board?
I think that makes sense to ask.
Oh, to ask or to just make it a special permit?
Well, I think we should check, obviously, with, services, fire and police, to see if they have any problems with it. If that's what
Okay.
you're asking.
So I guess we can ask them and then ask if it's okay if we do it by special permit. So then it's application by application.
Okay, so that sounds like we need some information there.
Okay, I think I highlighted the ones. So these are all the same as they were before. Okay, cultural use. I had planning board, but I'm okay if that's the ZBA since they already have cultural use. So I was thinking we could change that to the zoning board unless anyone feels strongly. I was keeping the hospital as planning board because we have it now. This other one, nursing home or rest home, we could go back to the ZBA. All the ones I highlighted, I was thinking if the board doesn't care, we could swap it because they did have it as a use going across.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These were the other ones I thought of, to ask the police chief and fire chief, the nursing home.
And you're saying basically these are the uses to be allowed in the new district.
Yep, everything in this row is the new district.
Okay.
Right here is the highway business.
Okay.
This is highway
Okay,
business
okay.
Southwest.
Got it.
And this is industrial.
So
I don't
everything.
know how to do word that I can keep.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, in the cases where the ZBA has every other one in the district, I don't see why that would flip. If there's only like one other one, I guess it really doesn't matter as much, like the nonprofit club, but where there's a straight shoot across, it may just make sense to keep it. I don't know, board members, how do you feel?
I
Yeah,
think that's
that makes sense.
reasonable.
There was some, as I get down further, where it was the ZBA in the commercial zones, and then it was the planning board had it for an industrial, so we both had it.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, I liked when we originally talked, like, we'd keep the industrial logic.
Mhm.
So if we did it in industrial, we would do it. If we did the permit in industrial, we would do it in highway business. But then in the cases where the ZBA has every other district, it would be kind of weird to flip it. Not weird, but.
Yeah, so I thought ZBA for that. This is a yes, ZBA again for this. And Lori, you probably know, but some of these subscripts are still.
Yes, I fixed those.
Oh, okay.
Were those added by town council? Those,
At the number 13, no, those existed in the table before. It's just supposed to be like a footnote instead of a number 13.
Hmm.
So I converted them into footnotes.
These I did leave as planning board because they seem like more of an industrial type of use. The commercial greenhouse, wholesale trade, grain and lumber.
Mhm.
So we had talked about once, maybe some of the more heavy hitters that are more of an industrial use we could keep. I don't know if the ZBA cares, but those three I kept. And then the highlighted one, yep, that one I was gonna go back to the ZBA.
Mm,
These are all yes, so. See, like here, the ZBA and the planning board both approved, but we had decided at the last meeting just to leave them up as a yes.
Okay.
Drive-through service, I was giving back to the ZBA.
mhm.
Okay, so highlighted means ZBA flip.
Yeah, everyone I highlighted,
Got it.
yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense if they're in every other district.
Mhm.
This one, the ZBA had some and the planning board had some, so I just left it as, because we did have that one commercial recreation outdoor, since we already did it, I left it with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the highlighted ones, I was thinking of swapping to the ZBA. So I
Okay.
can send it to Lori if she wants. These are
Yep,
all
that's
good,
fine,
right?
just to make sure I didn't miss one.
Okay. Repair shop I left as planning board because that's,
So we can get back to the gas station issue.
right, we're at the gas station.
Mhm.
I still don't think we need more gas stations. We already have 3.
So when, just out of curiosity, when you say we already have 3 in that area,
Yeah,
what,
No, well, they're on Route 9,
yeah,
which, like I said, if you're commuting on Route 20, there's no way you want to go on Route 9 for gas.
yeah, I think they're all on the eastbound side too. I could be wrong.
you go down
The
Lawrence Street.
only one on Route 20 in the vicinity is the one at BJ's. And if you're not a member of BJ's, you can't use that gas station. So then you're going all the way into Shrewsbury, quite a distance before you get another gas station.
Right.
If you put in your GPS, you go down Lawrence Street and you're on Peterson Gas, which is right on Route 9, but it's on the same side.
It is not convenient to get on Route 9 if you don't have to be on Route 9.
Because you're committed to a one-way.
So just to clarify, we could do a special permit for this, correct?
You could do a special permit too.
Yes, I would recommend a special permit. I wouldn't do a by right.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to rule it out entirely.
Yeah, and partly because the thing with the gas stations is once they become gas stations, they're either going to continue for the most part as gas stations or they're going to stay empty. Because it's really hard to reuse a gas station. It's oftentimes not cost efficient.
Well, that's why I didn't want to add any more.
Right, but
You
this
know.
wouldn't be adding anymore. This would be continuing with the use of one, because otherwise it's going to sit empty.
No, this would allow new ones, I guess by special permit.
Right.
But
special
remember,
permit.
you don't want to have the gas stations in the town center.
Right.
So you're trying
Gotta
to
have somewhere.
discourage the gas stations from the town center, so they're not allowed there.
Right.
So if the goal is to get rid of the gas stations there, you have to provide a new location on Route 20 where you allow gas stations.
Right,
Right.
but they're grandfathered forever. Like if you have your tanks and your gas station downtown, you're not gonna say, oh, the planning board doesn't want me downtown anymore. I'm gonna spend my money and build a new gas station near Route 9.
No, but you think about the gas stations that have been sold. There was one recently for sale. So there is the potential to redevelop the gas stations for something else. And then somebody may say, hey, okay, well, I want to do a gas station. I'm going to do one over by BJ's Gas. I'm going to be competition for BJ's Gas and put one there. So then there will be less pressure because there's an alternative for those who are commuting on Route 20. So there's less pressure to use the downtown gas stations if there's another gas station on Route 20. Not downtown. That's my point.
I don't care if it's a special permit. I just don't think they're up and moving. Did the person who bought the gas station, is it a non-gas station use or it's another gas station?
I don't know if it's sold yet.
Oh, okay. Yep. No, I don't mind it as a special permit. I just, truthfully, I wouldn't want to expand any more gas stations. And I don't think one is going to up and move because it would be so expensive. And no one's going to want to move there and compete with BJ's. But that's okay because then none of them will come.
So do you want it to be planning board special permit or a ZBA special permit?
I'd mirror the industrial zone and make it planning.
So the others are planning board right now. So I left them. The kennel, we had it, yes, an industrial, and the zoning board has one too. So I just left it as planning board because we had it in industrial. So I mirrored it, but I did it by special permit. I don't know if we want the kennel. Oh, I didn't even highlight it. If we want the kennel to be special permit, or I think
If
I
it's
would
a
actually.
by right use, then the planning board isn't approving it.
Mm-mm.
No, I mean, this is the new one right here. This is a special permit. It's by right in industrial. But it's special permit in Highway Business Southwest. And I did that only because there's Avalon there. So there is housing over there. So left it as a special permit. Oh, these I don't want to change anymore because Lori and I did talk to the town council today, and he said to change this to a no and leave everything industrial as a no.
Okay. And could you explain to the board the rationale behind that?
Yeah, so oh, sorry.
Oh, no,
Amy,
you
if
can do it,
wanna
Lori.
talk to it.
You can talk to it, Lori.
So what he said is there are two types of uses that are considered, that they have to be allowed, and those are hazardous waste facilities and solid waste disposal facilities. So if you have a district that allows industrial uses, then you have to allow those types of industrial uses. So if you don't want to allow those types of industrial uses, he said that the best thing to do is not allow any industrial uses.
Huh.
So we'd have
That
to
was
have
news
no.
to me.
So we were going to have no's down the road there because we don't have any of those uses there right now. So
Right.
we might as well leave it a no. And those were all the changes. I don't know if anybody has anything else.
Any board comments on this or questions? Okay, so it sounds like we're going special permit on the gas station.
Yep.
And then Amy, if you don't mind sharing this with the board to take a closer look, but I think
Sure.
your logic, I think, makes sense. Does any board member think that logic does not make sense or have a question about it? Okay. All right, do you want to stop sharing there and I'll open up for
Sure.
comment?
Unless someone has a comment, I can go to the area if you want me to.
That's okay. If you stop sharing, because it's hard for me to see everybody at the same
Oh,
time.
okay, sorry.
That's okay. Okay, a couple questions I'm going to let in. Okay, I have Lisa Maselli. Just your name and address. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, Carrie. Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. Going back to the last block that you had, as she took its screen down. So you're taking out all industrial uses because if you allow one, you allow them all, correct? So go down to the last, yes, hold it right there. So you've got solid, all these, oh, I see. It's just going to be in the next to last column that you're working on right now.
Correct. Yes.
Sorry, because I thought all in general. Because any
Oh, right. It's hard to see because it's the headers. You can't see the header across each
Yeah.
page. Yeah, that's the Highway Business Southwest District, the second to last column.
Okay, and that's the one that you're working on right now.
Correct.
So what's the last group in that column? What is that under? All industrial?
Industrial.
All right. And so do you have to have hazardous waste and solid waste disposal facilities? Is that a prerequisite for everything in town?
You do have to have one area that allows it.
So if you have industrial uses, then you have to allow hazardous waste facility and solid waste disposal facility. If you have a district that doesn't allow industrial uses, then you do not need to allow those two.
Okay, so it's just in that one section as opposed to all across the board.
Right.
Okay. All right, that's, we've had so much problems with hazardous waste and solid waste that I wouldn't like to keep that open. And can I also talk about the gas stations as well?
Sure, of course.
Quickly, Northborough was 1930s. We had around 35 gas stations in the town, which is kind of crazy. I don't know what town has ever had that many gas stations, but I think adding more gas stations is probably not the best thing for the town. I think we have an awful lot of groundwater and areas that we don't need more gas stations. We have 4 downtown. We have 2 on the way. Kelly's, I think it's called Kelly's. I don't know the name of it. But on the way out on 20 is right on the Shrewsbury line, next to the Christmas tree shop. It's just a little bit down the road. So, really, with gas stations, and I agree that I don't think that companies are putting that many more gas stations on anything but the main roads like Route 9. So we just had a new one put in where the Green Thumb was in Westboro. So that's my take on the gas stations.
Thank you. Good feedback. Oh, did you have something else, Lisa? Did I cut you off there?
No, thank you.
Okay, I have Scott Rogers. Hi, Scott.
Hi, Scott Rogers again, 26 Tomahawk Drive. I think at the top of the hearing here, you said that the plan is to continue the hearing, and so this table would be republished once the edits made, and that'd be available for review, further comment at the next session.
Sure.
That'd be great. Yeah, it'd be easy to then review what the changes are and then be able to comment against it. Thanks.
Okay. All right, great. Okay, Fran Backstrand. Hi, Fran.
Thank you again, Fran Backstrand, 76 Cedar Hill Road. I do appreciate the edits that were made since the last meeting. I do think it is important to have the special permit authority be similar to what was in either or, but if it was an allowed use in industrial in the highway business Southwest, it probably should be planning board because you would have been the special permitting authority if it was industrial. I think it's important that we try to eliminate or minimize as many industrial uses as possible since we are trying to make it into more of a business zone. So I think that that's important. And I definitely think that assisted living should have some type of special permit or site plan approval, regardless of what district it is. I know that you had thought yes, but even with input from our first responders, I think I'm thinking about the one that's proposed at King Street. I can't imagine it not having to go through some type of special permit for site plan approval, for something that could be that large. And lastly, not everyone is a BJ's member, so not everyone can use the BJ's membership gas station. And if you change your mind and decided not to make it by special permit, you would be creating a non-conforming pre-existing use, which then could cause potential issues for them in the future should they want to do any type of expansion and or modification. So I would strongly recommend special permit. And again, it doesn't matter who the special permit authority is, but that it is an allowed use by special permit. And that's it.
Great feedback. Thanks, Fran. Okay, and then Carter Brannon. Hi, Carter.
Hi, Carter Brandon, 22 Sherland Drive. I was just noticing on the chart here are a few uses that are proposed to be allowed by right that are not allowed by right in any existing district. And I just think some of that maybe shouldn't be taken kind of lightly, that it previously has not been allowed by right and is being proposed to. The ones that stood out to me were the breweries. I personally don't think that. I think special permits would make more sense for most kind of alcohol sales places. And there are just a few others that are. I mean, I think it would be a big change to be making something that is not allowed by right anywhere in the town to being allowed by right in a district, and I think that should get more attention rather than doing that in like a very large article that not necessarily having time to discuss at town meeting each individual piece of.
So that's a good question, Carter. And I just want to make clear that every one of these goes under some sort of review, so it could be a site plan review. Obviously, what the permit does it's a discretionary type review, so you don't have to approve it. With the site plan review, you typically, you're hard pressed to not approve it overall. But Lori, as a planner, what are your thoughts on allowing that use as a by right use? Is that something that's better to do, helpful in what we're trying to do, or do you think a permit's a better option? I'm just curious for your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, generally, if you have a by right use, then the discretion, the board's discretion is kind of out the window. So there's a level of assurance that the applicant has that the project will be approved. So as long as they follow the rules and regulations of site plan approval, assuming that this is going to be new construction, then they would feel comfortable that it's going to be approved. With a special permit, the board has a lot more discretion, so they could choose to deny a project just because they don't think it's a good fit there.
But what do you think in terms of, do you think it's, should we consider special permits there, or is it something we want to allow by right? I feel like we can't have everything in town be a special permit, is it? I'm just wondering your philosophy, I guess.
I think when it comes to like small scale, like a nano or a microbrewery, those are really small scale. So I don't really see that there would be much danger in having it be a by right use. When you get to a brewery or a winery or a large scale distillery, then there could be more issues, particularly having to do with traffic and parking. So I could see the benefit of changing that specific, a brewery, distillery, or winery to a special permit use, and then leaving the others as by right uses.
Bob, I see your hand up there.
Yeah, thank you, Carrie. In terms of the breweries and whatnot, I drive, excuse me, I drive by Cold Harbor Brewing Company to work every day. And they have a raging success over there, but they have a really bad parking problem. And, my fear is that if a brewery or something like that were to come to town, during what process would the town be able to, require either additional parking or provide for potential increase in parking, say a year or two down the road? It's and I don't know if that would be as part of just the site plan review or if it needs to be tied into a special permit. I'm just throwing that out there because we're the only town without a brewery, and we're gonna get one sooner or later. And I'd hate to see the parking debacle repeated that Cold Harbor has. So I just don't know where that control would be, whether it's in a site plan review or within the special permit. I don't know which one would have more teeth.
Okay. Board members, how do you feel about switching that to a special permit by way of that point and maybe others?
I
Doesn't
think the
site
special
plan,
permit makes more sense.
doesn't site
Really?
plan,
Sorry,
Any
I was gonna say, I do think the special permit does make more sense for this, for at least for the larger ones. But also, I think that would fall under site plan review, so I don't know if there would be certain criteria for that type of a business for parking.
But one thing I don't think we could do in a site plan review, and correct me if I'm wrong, is like, Bob, you brought up 2 years from now if there's a problem. I don't think we can put a time limit on it. Can we, Bob or Lori, do you know in site plan review? Yeah, Bob, you know.
There was if I remember right, when the shops went in, there was a provision in one of the documents that said, based upon the traffic flow, they may be required to put in that secondary stoplight where the fire pump station is. It was put in, I think it was put in maybe 5 years ago. But that was after a review of the traffic patterns and the situations, using only the one entrance with a traffic light. Okay, the second entrance had always been there, but I think there was some sort of provision that that allowed the town to review and then require that traffic light if the situation warranted.
Yeah.
Amy, you have something?
I'll have to go up further, but didn't we do a condition like that for the soccer field?
Yeah.
Parking, but wasn't the soccer field, didn't we allow that by right?
So a special permit gives you more power to require off-site improvements. You can also require off-site improvements if the applicant agrees to it under a site plan approval. If the applicant doesn't agree to it and it's a special permit, you can still use it. You can still apply it. So you have more power with a special permit than you do with site plan review.
So the hotel should probably be a special permit, because I would think that's a big, and any of these that you guys agree, I can change the special permit. But I was
Well,
just
I-
looking up
yeah.
here too, a hotel would probably, we would want a special permit on.
I mean, in my opinion, I would say that those would be the big ones of the bunch. And then, I mean, I think the other ones are okay, but other board members, you feel differently or?
I think restaurants would be fine.
Yeah.
But you're right about, I agree with hotels and the breweries.
Any
What
other?
about these two? Because they're by special permit in the other zones. The
Well, I
Nano,
thought-
Lori said is small.
Yeah, they seem small enough. I don't know. For some reason, I'm trying to avoid all special permits in the district or in this particular area because we have such, I don't know, it seems like I hear a lot of residents always looking, we don't have enough restaurants or we don't, I don't know, I hate to. Maybe
That's what I
my
was trying to do
bias.
too, be more business friendly. You know, by putting a lot of yeses in, even up top with the assisted living and stuff.
I mean, Millie, is
Although-
someone familiar with restaurant ownership? Like, would a special permit scare you away or not necessarily, or?
I don't think it would scare me away. I mean, for me, I guess I feel it's just part of the part of the process. My guess is in half the towns that we would go to, you would need a special permit in certain areas.
Okay.
So Amy, are you putting hotel, motel, conference center as a ZBA special permit?
Well, I put it as
Or
planning
planning
board because we had it was in the industrial zone before. Like,
Okay.
it had both of us. And
So-
since the area was already under planning board, I just put it under planning board.
You'll just have to clarify that because your logic before was anything highlighted was a flip to ZBA. So that's not the
Oh,
case.
that's right.
So you'll just have to make sure that's clear. But
Maybe I'm highlight it now that I changed it.
so for board members, what's your preference on do we want to stick to the hotel and brewery, or do we have others that are,
Change to red, my new highlights. Do you want me to start at the top of the list again and we go down slowly?
no, I think I'm just, so this is, I think this is probably the section that it would most impact.
Yeah, I'm fine with how it looks now.
I think I'm okay with where it is. Anthony, what are you thinking?
Yeah, this looks good.
Millie, thoughts
Mhm.
from you on that?
Nope,
Okay.
I think it looks good.
All right, Carter, you're hired.
If I just may make more of a just suggestion of why I think even the microbreweries should have a special permit is I think right now the kind of public perception is favorable and wanting some kind of a brewery and more restaurants and stuff in the town, but I think that isn't something that is a constant kind of public opinion. I think especially alcohol, I think that has kind of goes through phases of being people want more alcohol sales and people want less. I mean, you know, there have been times where all alcohol sales have been illegal, not only in the town, but in the country. There's other times people are very much wanting more. Again, right now, people want breweries. 20 years from now, people might be a little more suspicious of alcohol sales. And to me, it makes sense if the town had a little more control over whether they wanted more or less of that kind of stuff.
Okay. All right, great. Any other feedback?
Nope, that was all. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. I mean, I think if it's small enough that site plan review can cover, right, I think for the bigger ones, we want to be mindful. I mean, I think in a worst case scenario, we could come back to it. Anything that we feel isn't working well, we could come back and special permit it. I guess we could easily do the reverse, but I don't feel as strongly about a special permit for the smaller ones. I don't know if anybody does.
Just don't know what Cold Harbor was considered, a microbrewery or a brewery. Microbrewery is 15,000 barrels per year.
Mhm.
And I don't even see the brewery definition in my book.
Do you have the red one?
They do have the red one on page 736. And it goes through brew pub, nano, and micro, and then there's no brewery. Might have gotten left
Yeah.
off.
I think it's in the industrial area.
Okay, that's why.
Yeah, it's number 7 on page 741.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
So that includes retail and wholesale.
I mean, that's where you're really going to get into your parking problems, right? To Bob's point.
Maybe Bob, if you could review, if you don't mind, brewery and microbrewery and let us know if you think microbrewery also needs special permit.
Maybe I should do a field investigation over a Cold Harbor for a day or two.
We can all go.
Definitely. That
Field trip.
definitely has to happen.
I just don't know the difference. So if you and Lori think it might need a special permit, we could talk about it next time.
Special visit.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they sound very similar. It's just a matter of we put a cap on the first. We don't put a cap on, obviously, on the brewery. So, all right. So we can figure out if that's warrants a permit or not. But otherwise, anything else on this one?
There was further down when it got to the dimensional table.
Oh, sure.
I was questioning, this was the industrial district that we're changing to Highway Business Southwest. And I was wondering if we should also have a maximum lot coverage for those areas. So right now, the highway business is on Route 9. This is on Route 20. And so if we were copying the industrial zone, it would have stayed at 50-25. We followed the highway for the lot size because that would give probably more people a chance to do something, you know, a smaller lot size.
Hmm.
Do you have an opinion, Lori, or anybody on the board?
I don't, you know, parking is going to be a limiting factor when you take into account the 25% open space requirement. So I think it's fine to have a lot coverage requirement. 50%, that's still a 20,000 square foot building. So that's still really generous.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it. Any board members opposed to that or question it?
Is that the only other? I think that's the only other change I had on that bylaw.
Okay. Moving on to the next one then.
All right. All right. So the next one is a change to the design review section. So this is under site plan review. So this aims to address a comment in the downtown revitalization plan report. The business signage in the downtown is inconsistent in its age, quality, design, location, and size. So what this change would do is it would enable, it would give the design review committee the jurisdiction to review certain types of signs within the downtown business district only. So this would be part of the typical sign permit process that is filed with the building department. So in this case, the design review committee would be advisory to the building inspector. So these would be recommendations, and the enforcing authority would be the building inspector. And then there are also some changes to the composition of the design review committee. So we've been having a lot of trouble filling vacancies. So we've had one vacancy on design review committee for the entire 2 years that I've been here, and longer than that. And then we've been without an architect for the last maybe 3 or 4 months. So this would enable a greater variety of professionals to serve. And it would also allow those who are not residents of the town of Northborough, but work within the town of Northborough to sit on the design review committee. So if there were an architectural firm in the town and there was an architect who was interested in serving, then he would be eligible to serve, he or she. Any questions about this one?
That's not limited to architects, I mean, or does that?
Nope.
Okay.
So there would be 5 spots. So one would be a member of the planning board, one would be a degreed architect, one would be a degreed landscape architect or person qualifying by training in landscape design. And then there'd be 2 residents in some sort of design or development background, such as real estate development, landscape design, architecture, historic preservation, civil engineering, etc. And then under D is a balance of representation as close as possible to this mix. So that's kind of the leeway.
So the 2 residents would obviously then be still in the criteria makeup.
So yes. So the landscape architect and the degreed architect wouldn't necessarily have to be residents.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, comments or questions from the public? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Scott, you have a question there? Hold on. Just your name and address.
Yeah, Scott Rogers, 26 Tomahawk Drive. What's the current timelines for a sign permit currently that goes in front of the building department?
I believe it's 30 days, so that timeline would not change.
So the idea is to have time for the design review committee to review that permit, but not extend the timing that the town took to issue the permit.
Correct.
Great, thank you.
Okay, other questions? All right, I think we can move to the next one.
Not changing. Here we go. So the next one creates two new definitions for two new uses that are not currently allowed but would be allowed. So it provides definitions for co-working space and maker space. So co-working space is kind of a shared office environment where people share equipment and they share conference rooms and the like. And makerspace is kind of the same idea. It's where but it's more on an industrial scale. So they'd be sharing tools and equipment. So in addition to these two new definitions, we are proposing to put co-working space as a by right use in all of our current zoning districts, the business districts and the industrial districts. So that would not apply to residential districts. And under industrial uses, we would allow makerspace by special permit in Business South and by special permit of the planning board in the industrial district. Does anybody have any questions or comments on that one?
Anything from the board?
Just
Oh,
something.
Amy, you got something?
Yeah, I was just, and I'm not I'm not against it, but I was just wondering why Business South was picked for makerspace.
Because it does currently allow a lot of industrial districts. I'm sorry, industrial uses.
Okay, I was just curious. I didn't know why. And there are some warehouses over there, so maybe there could be some reuse over on Lawrence Street or something.
Okay, other board comments or questions? Questions or comments from the public? Okay, moving along.
Okay, so the next two articles are very closely related. So the first one is putting commercial developments within the groundwater protection overlay district area 3 on the same level playing field. So this is the type of commercial development that does not deal with toxic or hazardous materials. So if it's commercial development that does deal with those materials, those would be special permit uses. If it's the other type of commercial development, then it would be now a by right use. If the property is served by public sewer, then there would not be a mandatory upsize in the minimum lot size. However, if it is served by private sewage disposal on site, so for example, a septic system, then they would have to meet the 20,000 square foot minimum lot size requirement. There are certain performance standards having to do with the amount of impervious surface, the quality of groundwater recharge, as well as septic system capacity that currently are required under the special permit requirement in Area 3. So those would be still required, except now it'd be a by right requirement instead of a special permit requirement. So it would be enforced by staff instead of enforced by the ZBA. So that's the first bylaw, has to do with commercial development. And then the second bylaw change has to do with 2-family and multifamily development. So the same would apply. You would have to be subject to the mandatory 20,000 square foot upsize in the minimum lot size, but only if you are not hooked up to the public sewer. And then you're still subject to the same performance standards that I talked about, having to do with groundwater recharge, quality, impervious surface, and septic system capacity. So the main point is because this groundwater Area 3 has been a huge impediment to development in the downtown area, where the underlying zoning has minimum lot sizes that vary from 4,000 to 15,000 square feet. Because of this 20,000 square foot minimum lot size requirement, there are 58 lots in the town center that are considered non-conforming and need to get dimensional variances if they're interested in changing their use or expanding the use over what it currently is. So that's a big problem for those who are interested in doing development projects.
Okay. Any further board questions or comments? Comments or questions from the public? I have a couple. Lisa Maselli.
Hi, Carrie, Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. I have a question about in the area of West Main Street where we have a couple of contractor yards. Is this something that affects, are they part of those 58 lots in the center?
No.
So
No.
anything,
So I only looked at the downtown business district and the downtown neighborhood district to determine which lots are non-conforming. And those are the ones that have the small minimum lot sizes. And in the underlying zoning that is negatively impacted by this 20,000 square foot minimum lot size requirement. So as you go further down on West Main Street, you're most likely in a district where the minimum lot size is 20,000 square feet or greater with the underlying district.
okay. And how does it affect the 3 gas stations that are there or the 4 gas stations that are there?
So those are commercial facilities that deal with hazardous and toxic waste. So those are still special permit uses.
Okay. Great, thanks.
Thanks, Lisa. Okay, I have Rick Leaf. Hi, Rick.
Hello again, Rick Leaf, 30 Wiles Farm Road, once again speaking as Chair of the Master Plan Implementation Committee. This is another item on the zoning changes going to town meeting that Lori did a review with the Master Plan Implementation Committee. And we support this particular article. We agree that for those businesses that are on water and sewer in the downtown, it opens up the possibility in the future of some acquisition of lots or creation of new businesses as business owners over time were interested in selling their businesses. Developers would have a easier chance of coming in and doing some of the things that people envision in the town center if these zoning bylaw groundwater restrictions were removed. So we feel this is a good article that in the future will allow some of the redevelopment in downtown that people are looking for. So the MPIC supports this particular zoning amendment.
Oh, that's great to hear. Thanks for sharing that. Okay.
Lori, can you put that bylaw back up? I was a little confused by the way it was worded. So where it says on the fourth bullet, eliminates mandatory increase in minimum lot size to 20,000. Are you saying that basically it already has that minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet, right? So it's not really eliminating the increase, it's just eliminating the mandatory lot size. Is that minimum lot size, correct? Am I reading that wrong?
Sorry, you're on mute. You're on mute.
I understood
Sorry.
shaking of head.
The underlying zoning district for downtown business, the minimum lot size is 4,000 square feet. However,
Oh, okay.
because
Okay.
almost all of the downtown business district falls within Area 3 of the Groundwater Protection
Yeah.
Overlay District, the minimum lot size isn't 4,000 square feet. It really is 20,000 square feet.
Okay, I got it. I understand it.
Oh, Amy, you have something?
Yeah, my only change that I'd like to see on this bylaw is I would like to see one of the relevant town staff members to review it, to have either a civil engineering degree or environmental engineering degree or a PE, a professional engineer. The very last sentence says determination to be made by the building inspector in conjunction with other relevant town staff. I was on the groundwater committee and we relied on Fred, and he was the engineer. So when we got rid of the groundwater committee, we said, well, at least Fred's still going to review them. And now Fred is gone. So I just want to make sure it's like in our bylaw stated that one of the relevant town staff has an engineering background. And the water and sewer did meet. And actually Lisa Maselli is the I hate to speak for her. She's the liaison. So she went to that meeting and I asked her what they talked about. And one of the things that the board members did say to Scott Charpentier was, you know, what do you mean by relevant town staff? Will it be someone with a PE, which is a personal engineering degree? And he said, yes. He said that I think he said Vinny's a PE, he's a PE, and the new assistant town DPW person has a civil engineering degree. But, you know, like we had talked about before, staff changes and people don't know what is read into the bylaw. So in the future, if a future planning board or a planner is here, I would want them to know that at least me as a planning board member, I want to make sure that the groundwater applications are reviewed by someone who has that degree.
Can I suggest a compromise? And the reason why I'm concerned about this is because most DPW directors are not engineers. And most assistant DPW directors are not engineers. In fact, when we reviewed the candidates, there was only one engineer. None of the other candidates had that qualification. So I'm concerned that if we say, you know, just other relevant town staff or the staff has to be an engineer, then we're not taking advantage of the possibility that we will have a consulting engineer. So, I mean, they may decide in the future to fill Fred's position. So it could be a town engineer or it could be a consulting engineer. So I get your point where you're trying to get. So maybe if we can say such determination to be made by the building inspector in conjunction with other relevant town staff and or consulting engineer.
How about such determinations shall be made by the building inspector, comma, a PE with other relevant town staff. Like, I think it has to be said. I think you just said it, or a consulting engineer. Like, I think if we don't have an engineer employed by the town, then we would need a consulting engineer to review the document. I just think somewhere in, well, I don't know your background, Bob. Do you? I don't want to put you on the spot. I don't know. Did you have a engineering degree?
I do not have an engineering degree, but I've been in this field for a long time. But that still does not make me an engineer. I would say if you wanted to involve an engineer, I would say at the minimum a civil engineer. I think going for a full-on PE for something in this situation might be a little bit of a stretch, but it would be nice to have. I mean, the nice thing is right now we're kind of thick with, you know, PEs in this town. You know, not every town has one. There are some towns that don't have any. So in which case, you know, if something were that to happen, you have to have a consulting engineer that's either on retainer or, you know, the applicant pays for a third-party engineering review.
Right. And then that would happen on this, right? Since we have that in our bylaws. Like if we wrote such determination to be made by the building inspector in conjunction with a civil / environmental engineer, because wouldn't an environmental engineer also study those groundwater aspects?
Can we just say engineer and not specify?
Well, you wouldn't want a mechanical engineer, probably.
I doubt we would go for, I don't think.
I would probably specify a civil engineer.
So,
well, one of the reasons why I think the building inspector is kind of first on the list is that any kind of an engineer doesn't have any enforcement power or permitting power for that matter. That being said, I don't think I've ever made a decision in town that involves groundwater without, you know, Laurie or Fred or Vinny or somebody, you know, who has, you know, more experience than I do, you know, and with a stamp of expertise. So that's, you know, write whatever you want, but you know, what's done in practice is that, you know, I don't make that decision without their input.
Right. No, it's nothing. It's not, I'm not trying to point it out to you. I was just trying to add an engineer into the mix in writing. So when it goes forward 10 years from now, you know, who says who's the relevant town staff? And I heard that the water and sewer department said the same thing. And Scott said, oh, it will be a PE or a civil engineer. So I just want to get that in writing because the groundwater is really important to me and important to everybody. And
well, I think putting relevant town staff, I mean, if we have a civil engineer on staff, then that would take care of the civil engineer slot. So we wouldn't need a consulting engineer. But if we don't have a civil engineer on staff, then we would need a consultant. So that's why I'm suggesting building inspector in conjunction with other relevant town staff, or, I mean, maybe instead of saying relevant, qualified. Would that make you feel more
engineering
comfortable?
in there? Like it used to say the town engineer. So I don't know.
Yes, but you understand what I'm saying. You know, the DPW director may or may not be an engineer. The assistant DPW director may or may not be an engineer. The town engineer would be an engineer, of course, but that position may or may not be filled. So I don't want to specify we may not have an engineer on staff, or we may have an engineer. Right now, we have an engineer who sits in the conservation agency. That's very unusual. That will never happen again after
So
Vinny
if we,
leaves.
if we don't have a town engineer or somebody with engineering expertise, must we go to a consulting engineer?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, so could we just say, the building inspector, town engineer, or consulting engineer? So if we don't have one on staff, we have a plan B?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. I just wanted it in there somewhere that it's an engineer,
How
whether
about
it's,
if I say staff engineer?
Sure.
but
So
then,
then it doesn't matter what that person's position title is.
but what if it's a consulting engineer?
Oh,
Does that-
staff engineer or
Staff
consulting?
engineer or consulting engineer.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, sorry, I just about, Lisa had her hand up. I'm just gonna allow her to talk for a second. Lisa, did you have something there?
Hi, Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. Yes, I did. I was at the meeting, so I want to validate what Amy had said. Prior to all of this, when they were deciding that they weren't going to have a groundwater committee anymore, one of the statements that I remember was that if we didn't have somebody on staff, then they would be required, whoever it was, to go and get a third party engineer to overlook all of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're talking groundwater, we're talking changing the space. We have so much of it. If we didn't have so much groundwater, I don't think would be as concerned, but I think it's a resource that I think we have to respect.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's very important that we have the correct engineer to oversee whatever the conditions that are supposed to be adhered to. And I appreciate the fact that right now we don't have one, and perhaps we may have to then hire one because they always had a very important place in the town. And I do believe at the time that our new DPW assistant was hired, one of the reasons why was because that she did have a civil engineer degree. So I don't want to minimize that. I think that is something that really should be in there. I think that, I don't know if the building inspector has always been a part of this, and saying in conjunction with sounds better than just a comma and just, these other listing the other people, because you want to be able to have the two of them work together. And I think that, that should be in the language, because we're not always going to be here and people aren't going to know, what all of these different committees have said in the past.
Mm-hmm.
So I would be more specific with it.
Okay, great. Thanks for bringing that forward.
Yeah, they said back, the reason for groundwater bylaws were to protect not only the public wells that aren't in use right now, but everybody's private wells.
Okay, so it sounds like we added that to reflect that in here. So that change has been made. Anything else with this one? Are we ready to move to the next one? Okay.
All right. So the next one is updating the language as to outdoor lighting. So of course now the trend is to go with LED lighting. So we're adding the language full cutoff, and the lighting should conform to dark skies guidelines as stated by the International Dark Sky Association.
Okay, board questions on this one? Okay, public comments or questions? Okay, nothing there. If we want to move to the next one.
All right, so this is also a change to the site design standards. This would update the requirements having to do with building placement, design, and orientation. So the 2012 Northborough Design Guidelines state materials used for building exteriors and landscaping features should be consistent with the traditional New England building vernacular. There's a strong preference for this. And this article adds these preferences into the bylaw as a requirement. And so this would apply to new construction or significant expansions of commercial uses that trigger site plan review only. I know we did receive a comment from Fran on this one.
Oh, yep, that's right. Let's see. So first, any questions, additional questions or comments from the board? Okay, and then let me look here from Fran. We had did Fran send her email today? I think I just had it up. Or was it yesterday? Now I can't find it. Let's see.
I can summarize it if you'd like me to say what she said.
That's okay. I just found it. It was from yesterday. I thought it was today for some reason. Let's see. Is this the one where she thought about the building finish shall be appropriate? The question about shall? Or the
She
next
was
one?
concerned about using the phrase traditional New England architecture.
Okay.
That's kind of been something that we've been grappling with. How do you define that? So her suggestion is to eliminate that phrase, traditional New England architecture. So just specify what the materials should be without saying that phrase.
Wait, so I don't see that in her email. I just see she asked what traditional New England means what? Did she say that she wants to eliminate it or she's just asking for clarification?
That was my understanding.
Oh, okay. So what, I don't know if that's what she meant for it. So I see in the email, she's wondering how we can require shall for a concept that is not clearly, well or clearly defined. Traditional New England means what? So I don't see anything about striking it. I don't know if she said something to you separately about it, but.
I honestly agree with her. I don't know what it means. There really isn't a specific guide. If you Google, it does show you, you know, like residential styles of architecture that were common in New England over the last 200 years. So the newest ones are about 100 years ago. But when it comes to commercial construction, it doesn't really speak to it. Not anything I could find online anyway.
Amy, you had something about that one?
Yeah, I Googled it too. And I think what this bylaw comes down to, it all started with many of the towns that are doing downtown revitalizations or even on their main streets don't have industrial buildings. Because if you look up, I mean, metal buildings. Because if you look up metal, I have it, metal cladding, says, let me make it bigger. Metal cladding is one of the most commonly used materials in industrial building construction, available in steel, aluminum. So the main thing was to try to keep the metal buildings that look industrial in the industrial zone. So to do that, I actually took what was in our design review guidelines and put it into our bylaws. So what the wording is there now is what we have in our design review guidelines. But I did Google New England architecture too. And traditional New England architecture primarily uses locally sourced materials such as bricks, stones, and wood, because they used the materials that were local to the homes that they were building. And that's why when I looked at Shrewsbury and Millbury and all the other bylaws, they also use the same type of wording where our materials are brick, high quality brick face. We added in wood, we added in cement fiberboard because that's popular right now, stone or high quality stone face. So that's what when I looked up traditional New England architecture, because there are a couple books listed under the design review, and it was using materials that were used traditionally in New England. But if it's going to give everybody heartache to leave in the words traditional New England architecture, my main point was to make sure there were no industrial metal buildings in our business zones. So we could, I mean, I don't think it's bad to leave New England architecture in it because we're not the only town that does it. It's in Shrewsbury and Millbury and Medway and a lot of different towns. But if people think that it's going to cause a lot of heartache, I would change it to say building finished materials shall be limited to brick, high quality brick face, the same listing.
Any board thoughts on that? When thinking of that through a little bit, Bill, you have something?
Yeah, so I would be concerned about, 20 years from now when, we may not, this same makeup may not be on the board anymore. And, now they have to look up what is New England architecture, right? And they may come up with a different search and completely different than what we were originally intending. So I think, to that point, I think Amy's right. I think we need to remove the New England architecture and just put in specifically what we're looking to do.
Mm-hmm. Millie or Anthony, thoughts on that one?
And I'd like to keep it simple. I want to say building finished materials shall be limited to, because right now it says may include but shall not be limited to, because it has a may and a shall. I just think it should be building finished materials shall be limited to brick, high quality brick face, wood. And it just says, metal or fiberglass as a primary finished surface shall not be used. And we left vinyl out because we had this discussion before. So it's not prohibited. It's just not called out.
Does that sound like a good compromise for the board, or other thoughts on it? Millie, anything from you? You're smiling there. No? Okay. You're on mute though.
I'm okay with it.
Okay. So there's a little modification there for the New England architecture, but to do specifically what we want, take out, the point of this is to get the metal out.
Yeah, the point of it was the materials. It really wasn't what a New England home should look like. But I think traditional New England architecture, what they used for materials was what we decided on and what the other towns have decided on.
Okay, but if we put the materials in that would have been the definition, it's the same thing? Okay.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It just takes out those words.
Okay.
So I know we've talked about this before, but this would mean no vinyl siding.
It wasn't mentioned, I thought.
Well, if we say that building finished materials shall be limited to these, that means nobody can do vinyl siding. So if you want to allow vinyl siding, then we should put it here.
Should we put high quality vinyl? I don't know if there's a difference, but I did when I was doing all my research, it was talking about vinyl. And
wait, this is just the downtown district though, right?
No, this is everything but industrial.
Oh, okay. I'm thinking of a different bylaw.
That's a tough call on the vinyl.
Because there is some good looking vinyl, I have to say.
Bob has his hand up.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the bylaw.
If your biggest concern is that you don't want steel clad buildings in these zones, why don't you just say, the use of steel clad siding or building or whatever is not allowed. Because it seems as though you want everything else in except for steel. Just say steel is not allowed and just let it go at that.
Have to think about it. Originally, I was trying to get the design review guidelines to match the bylaw. So that's why that paragraph is there, because that's what it says in the design review guidelines. Oh, no, it doesn't. Similar. So it doesn't. That's actually what it says in Millbury's design review guide. I mean, Millbury's bylaws. I don't know.
But that's all only in the industrial district. So, so it says that in the industrial district, you can't do metal buildings, but you can do vinyl siding, like all those others are allowed in the other districts. Bremenville
Recording in progress.
has some additional
Recording
design
stopped.
standards.
Sorry, I pressed a button.
So you're giving us a hint. Time's up. You're done.
I could see by your face it was you, because you had a very confused look. I'm like, what's happening?
Sorry, I'm sorry, Lori. Okay, so which way do we go with that? Is it a not, make it not allowed, or put in what we want and just add vinyl to the list?
I kind of like having the list. And I
Gives
get what
people
Bob is saying
ideas?
too. Yeah.
Is the board okay with vinyl, first of all?
I'm okay with some vinyl. I actually think it's a good option for some features.
Should we say high quality vinyl? Is there a different, like we wrote high quality cement fiberboard.
You really can't define it, it's, unless you gotta put a picture up of what you want, vinyl's gonna be vinyl.
Is there a certain thickness that comes with a better quality that might, I don't know.
No, it's the thicknesses come with the different applications of the vinyl products. I mean, some of your like strip vinyl that you see on houses, you can get some pretty thin, flimsy stuff all the way up to the real thick premium. But, in terms of something that's architecturally significant, where you'd want it in a downtown area, typically it's the thickness is going to be irrelevant. One of the things to consider is that, getting wood these days is getting very, very difficult to do.
Right.
Unless it's finger jointed. I was talking with some contractors, cedar clapboard siding is $3 a running foot. It's wicked expensive. So if, and brick has always been expensive, especially when you're buying 1 million brick at a time. So my recommendation again is if it's something you don't want, list it. Everything else seems to be kind of okay. I'm just throwing that out there. Yeah. On the other hand, just about everything you're talking about in the business districts in terms of what the building is going to look like, that all has to go through design review committee anyway, for the exterior features. So you're going to be reviewing this to start with. So it's almost redundant that you have it, but if you want to have it in, that's fine. But my point is it's going to be looked at and either approved or rejected by DRC.
Mm-hmm. So maybe Bob's right. Maybe it's easier to say metal. And I didn't know there are fiberglass buildings. Like this says metal or fiberglass as a primary finished surface shall not be used. But there is a type of fiberglass that looks like metal on the side of like warehouses.
Okay, so do we just want to reverse this and limit to and say what we really mean, which is no metal?
Or fiberglass.
Yeah.
Fiberglass doesn't look that good either. It's an industrial material.
Okay, so basically we're keeping the last line of this bylaw and the rest we don't need. Is that true?
I guess so. I'd like maybe Lori and Bob can look, or I can look at 709020 and see if that fits. Like, does it make sense using it that way?
So what I would do is I would write metal or fiberglass as a primary finished building material shall not be used.
That sounds good.
Mhm.
I like it.
Okay. All right, so this one has changed a bit from what it was. And I see there are a couple of comments, so I'm gonna bring them in. So I have Patrick F. Hi, Patrick, just your name and address. Oops, we can't hear you.
Think we lost him.
All right, we can't hear you, but if you get connection back and want to come back on, just put your hand back up. Oops, we did lose him, I guess. Okay, and then I have Lisa Maselli. Hi, Lisa.
Hi, Carrie and the crew, Lisa Maselli, 13 Maple Street. There's some things about when you say there's all this big question this last year of what in the world is what does traditional New England look like? Well, there's so many different architectural names and such. I mean, in New England, your architectural landmarks are usually made out of the brick. You could have the antique homes and like White Cliffs and that sort of thing. If you're out in Arizona, you've got a ranch mine design and you've got a desert look or an adobe house that that's considered Southwestern. So there's a lot of different looks that when you're using a remark like a New England design, that we're in New England. You know, do you want to put an adobe house downtown? That's okay, I suppose, if anybody wants to have it that eclectic that we don't have anything else that looks like that. Say you wanted to do your barbecue, Texas barbecue house, and we want to make it look like something that's out west. You could make your whole structure look that way. But what we'd like to, I think, what we're trying to do is to create some sort of uniformity in how our mostly the downtown business. I don't know about the homes in different neighborhoods, but you know, each architect has its own brand. I mean, Frank Lloyd Wright was very modern, you know, wide open spaces and flat roofs and things of that nature. So you have to kind of make some sort of designation of what you'd like in terms of the area that you're building in. So if this is for what Design Review sees, saying something like the traditional traditional New England shouldn't be that far afield of finding things that would agree to that look. But I mean, you've got all sorts of different names of things. You get something from a crude to a Baroque to a whimsical. I mean, you could create anything you wanted to create. You just have to decide on how much uniformity you want your downtown to look like or your whole Main Street to look like. If you look at most towns, they are conforming. So if you look at Westboro, you look at Hudson, like the pictures that were in that slide are beautiful. But you're looking at bricks, you're looking at, you know, decorative. And I don't think it should be that difficult to use that terminology, because you're not saying that it has to be a certain building, so to speak, but that it has to have a New England look to it. So I don't think taking that out is the best idea. I think limiting perhaps your materials, but even that gets a little crazy because with years, some materials are amazing. Like I do know that, you know, that Certainteed, or as a vinyl name, does make clapboarding, and it makes like a shingle look, which is fabulous. The bigger problems is that type of material fades. And after maybe 5 or 6 years, it starts to fade in different areas, where you have to consider that too, and the longevity of the building and how it's going to look. So I think that when you get into the vinyl sidings and those questions, you have to look at that too for longevity. So yes, wood's expensive. Yes, brick's expensive. But anything else that you're going to build in today's world is going to be expensive. I mean, you can make a brick out of a material that isn't brick. You spray it on and they carve it out. They did that to Central One Credit Union. That's not brick. That's all sprayed. So you can do some nice things with your materials, but I think you have to decide what you want your general area to look like. Do you want it to conform, or do you want it to just be eclectic? And that's what we'll have as our theme.
Okay, it's a good point, Lisa. Thank you.
That does make sense. Now I want to leave it. You know, because we did go back and forth with that at, you know, the whole design review bylaws talk about traditional New England, and
So it's currently in the design standards.
yeah,
Okay, so what you're trying to do, this particular bylaw is just matching up to what we already have. So when somebody comes through with their application, it's going to be what they're measured on in front of the design review committee. So does it hurt to have it here, I guess? I don't.
The main difference is that if you have it in the zoning bylaw, it becomes a standard. So it's a requirement.
Gotcha.
If it's in the guideline, it's voluntary.
but this bylaw actually came from the Millbury zoning, and you probably didn't have a problem with it there, right? Nobody complained.
Well, like I said, it only applied to the industrial district. So the whole point was to not allow metal buildings in the industrial district. So it didn't apply to any of the other districts. So downtown, you could do vinyl, you could do, you know, all sorts of different materials. So
It's so weird because
not the
you
same.
think it would be opposite. The industrial district is where you want the metal. And I think I
That
got
was
this.
actually my idea. Because we had a lot of metal buildings going up in the industrial districts.
Yeah.
And you know, we didn't particularly want more of the same. So the idea was to make the industrial district more attractive and get rid of the metal buildings. So that was the problem area, is all the metal buildings that were going in the industrial district. So that's what we were trying to address.
We've had a couple metal buildings popping up near downtown and on Main Street. So and that's what I wanted to address with this, plus match what was coming forward with the design review.
I mean, what if we just say, so that's reflected in there, the building finished materials, what if we put may be appropriate to traditional New England architecture and may include the items we listed before, plus vinyl, and then we just make sure to say metal or fiberglass as the primary finished surface shall not be used. So that's the shall, you can't use metal or fiberglass, period. But we give a may for traditional New England structure and may include those materials. And then it's at least reflected in both places, but to the point of putting a shall, but not being able to fully define it makes it difficult. Does that work? Or do we can flip back to just cutting the whole thing and just going back to you can't use metal or fiberglass. So options are leave it alone and keep shall and maybe add vinyl. Change shall to mays. Also possibly adding vinyl. Or just cutting it and only including the metal or fiberglass. Did I miss an option?
My vote would be for the last one, just cutting everything out and just prohibiting what you don't want. Simple.
Okay.
My vote would be for the first.
Okay,
Yeah,
Bill,
my vote would be for the last as well. I'm with Anthony. I think New England standard is just too open of a, you know, something to have it in something like a zoning bylaw.
Okay, Millie, your thought?
I could go either way. How about that? I agree with that. It's pretty open, but you know, cutting out what you don't want seems to be pretty clear.
And Amy, you like the first one, I guess. There's really no true majority here. So I guess for me, I wouldn't mind, maybe mays just make it even more wishy-washy. I do, as long as we do have it in the design review guidelines, I do like that in there. And then the design review committee could kind of push it a little bit further.
You could have vinyl, add the vinyl in like you mentioned. Keep it the way it is, but I'll have an amendment for town meeting floor if there's a lot of heartache. To just
Yeah, I
leave
mean,
the last sentence.
that's the other thing we got to remember, right? Is that we've got to get this through with a 2/3 vote, right? So if you have something like New England style that's going to confuse everyone,
I
no
just
one's
feel
going to
like
really know what they're voting on.
that people have been complaining about downtown forever. So do we
But wait,
want
the only thing
to
that,
mix?
I guess, the only part I get stuck on is that it's not, this is not just downtown. Is this only downtown? This is every
No,
district?
this is on Main Street. This
Oh,
is
this is
everywhere
only-
but industrial.
Everywhere but industrial, all
What
districts.
about residential?
No. These are design review standards, but residential isn't included. Oh,
Oh,
Bob has
Bob, you
his
have
hand up.
something?
Keep in mind that single-family residential is not controllable in any way by a design review or materials or colors.
Okay, so this is just every district in the commercial, all the commercial districts, no industrial.
Right.
Okay, so when we think about the commercial districts, forget industrial, what does this board want? When you hear something like traditional New England architecture and you see these materials listed, is that something this board envisions as part of our planning? Or is it enough to say no metal or fiberglass?
Does it make sense to take out New England architecture and say building finish materials shall be appropriate or shall be traditional and may include X, Y, and Z?
Well,
But
stucco.
again, yeah,
But
traditional
isn't
is
stucco
still,
like the Southwest?
Not necessarily. If you think of like English Tudor, if you think of like the Germanic style.
Chalet.
Also, if you think of the shops, Northborough Crossing, I think some of those storefronts are more stucco.
Those storefronts, and I think what you're referring to is, I forget the long name for it, but it's EIFS. It's basically fiberglass with foam with a thin coat of cementatious material over it, basically stucco. And there are big elements in New England style homes that would have that as a design element.
Mm-hmm.
But no metal.
So no metal or fiberglass. I mean, if we start to take out the traditional New England part, and then we say, but shall not be limited to, then we're just listing all these different materials. So the only reason we'd be listing them is to give them ideas, and then we would exclude, say, no metal or fiberglass. So I don't know if, does this still have any point to it outside of the metal or fiberglass once we start to pull out New England architecture anyway?
Remember,
Probably
all
not.
of that is in design guidelines anyway,
Yeah.
so they
And
can
I
look
think-
there for the guidance.
I think having that subjective language just doesn't really, it's not gonna be clear. You know, one person's New England could be something different for somebody else.
Okay, so it sounds like somewhat of a consensus is to just cut to metal or fiberglass as a primary finish surface shall not be used, and we'll rely on the guidelines still for the New England architecture component for design reviews to sort of help interpret and guide. Is that the board's consensus there? I know, Amy, you don't feel that way, but Bill
If
and
it's the
Anthony,
board's consensus, I'll go with the board because I want it, to pass a town meeting.
yeah, I think keeping it, keeping out like Anthony said, keeping out the subjective language.
okay. And Millie, you don't care either way, or not that you don't care, but you don't feel strongly either way. I don't feel super strongly, but I do think that'll come up as a topic for back and forth at town meeting. And even if you have backup language, I would hate to see this not pass altogether. I don't know.
But if
Actually-
it's something that could pass if you struck it out differently, like doing on the floor amendment, right? If you're open to change on the floor, something simple like that could be removed.
I don't think it's ever a good idea to change things on the floor. Typically, they fail.
I did once before. I had it typed up in advance, so. It was the same thing. It was something like this that we knew could go either way, and then it did go one way, and I was ready with the other version. But
we do have Patrick back. I'm gonna allow him to speak because he wasn't able to before. Hi, Patrick. We brought you in before, but we couldn't hear anything. Are you back with us?
Yeah, I think I am. You can hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to point out that leaving in the traditional New England architecture is basically the same thing as a use variance, right? It's just a design variance, and you guys seem to be against the idea of or use variances. So much like you want to zone to what you want, the bylaw should be written to specifically what you want, and it can be amended in the future, right? Just like you can add new uses and change your zoning at town meeting. If you want to add new materials, new finishes, new specificity, like you can amend the bylaw in the future. So I thought it would be worth pointing out sort of, the board's desire to stay away from use variances. And this seems to be the same case here to some degree. So thank you.
Great point. Thank you. Okay, so then with that, would we want to list them, and then if we have to cross it out, if we have to amend on town meeting, so be it, or if it doesn't pass, so be it, and we just go for it either way? Or it sounds like, Bill, you don't want to do that. Anthony, you don't want to do that. Millie, you could go either way.
I
mean,
honestly, I don't think it matters that much, because you're prohibiting two things and everything else is like, oh, maybe yes, maybe no. It's not going to change anything, especially if it's in the design guidelines. Then, if it's there, it's not going to hurt anything. It's just maybe less clear.
I can see that.
Yeah, maybe we go for what we want to be the most clear, which is we don't want metal or fiberglass. And we rely on the standards and just make sure that everybody knows whatever you pick, it's not metal or fiberglass, period. And the rest can be sorted out in design review and start there. And then maybe next time around, if we're seeing things come through or we're able to articulate what New England architecture is in a timeless way, maybe then we kind of tweak it from there. So do you want to start with just metal or fiberglass as a primary finished surface to not be used, and then the flat roof piece as well?
Sure.
Okay. All right, so we'll start there for that one. And then up next. Oh, Laura, you're on mute.
I keep muting myself because the dog's crying in the background. And then I forget that I muted myself. So the next one addresses the issue of not really being clear where parking can be located in the off-street parking requirement. So we're trying to clarify. As you remember, this came up during the ice cream restaurant drive-through that was proposed. So the question was, when a building does it not sit parallel to a street, where do you measure where the parking can be located? So this change to the language would say that you measure it from the closest point of the building. So the current language says parallel with the face of the building. So that's it. Simple change.
Questions or comments from the board? Questions or comments from the public? Okay, moving along.
Amy, I'm going to defer to you on this one. This is the last one. So this is Amy's baby, so.
10 o'clock. Let's see. I'm just going to keep it to the slides. This is a sign bylaw and provides for definitions of flags and sandwich boards, gasoline canopy, and monument signs, sets standards for the location, number, type, material, lighting, and dimensions of signs in residence, business, and industrial districts. So is there another slide or that's it?
That's it.
Okay, let me find it. There are actually a lot of, Lori and I talked to town council today because there were comments from him. So they're part of this bylaw. I think we still have to tweak. But what we did was change some of the definitions. And we added new sign types, which included awning signs, projecting signs, and what was the third one? I just have to find my pages.
Gasoline canopy signs.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the signs in the business district. We added window signs, awning signs, projecting signs. There were a bunch of different signs that we didn't have in the bylaw before, but wanted to include as part of the downtown revitalization. So we included those. We changed the size of the signs that were allowed in the highway business and the highway business southwest, because there were a lot of variances being asked for up in Northborough Crossing. And that's about it. If anyone has questions.
Yes, so you mentioned tweaks from town council. Could you just briefly address what those were so we know, so the board understands what that consists
Maybe
of?
I've got my notes right here if you want me to go over them.
Sure, that'd be great. Or whoever, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay, so on under C5, non-conforming signs. So he suggested that we add some language to that phrase. So it would now say, non-conforming signs shall not be altered, enlarged, redesigned, or structurally altered except in conformity with this bylaw and Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6.
Okay.
So then under D6, changeable copy signs, we wanted to add the second sentence that said, in the downtown business district, they are allowed only where used for gasoline filling stations and municipal or institutional purposes. He flagged that as being a concern because we are applying the regulation differently for different types of uses, like, for example, municipal, institutional purposes. And he was concerned that this would violate free speech. So he suggested eliminating that second sentence.
Okay.
He was also concerned about the language for the next one, electronic message centers. So he's saying, the language says electronic message centers are specifically prohibited in downtown business, business east, business west, business south, and all residential districts, except where used for municipal and institutional purposes. He said either we have to allow them everywhere in those districts or not at all. We can't give an exception for municipal or institutional purposes. Under 16, he suggested adding signs after awning. So it would say awning signs are allowed for first floor businesses only and shall not extend above or beyond etc., the language that's written there. Then Amy had asked about adding some language saying that the wording on awning signs would be limited to the name and address of the establishment. And he said that would be fine. Is that something that you folks would be interested in doing?
So Amy, what made you suggest that? What came to mind for that one?
Well, I went driving around looking at awnings, and let me see if I have a picture here I can share. Most of the ones in town right now have the name like the Tavern on the Square, but there was a couple awnings I found in other towns. And let me see if I have it. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. Let's see.
Just remember that the tavern or neighborhood tavern awning signs was granted a variance to do that.
Right, because we don't allow awning signs yet. But so this is, when I was driving around, I saw this sign in a different town. So do you see it? The barber shop?
Yeah.
So I kind of wanted, if we're going for a look downtown, a lot of the ones, I have another one I could show, has the name of the establishment and just the address. But this one had pictures, and so that's why I wanted to limit the awning sign to the name of the establishment.
Okay, board members, thoughts on that?
I think that's appropriate.
Yeah.
I want to see if there was another one. Let's see. See if it's not, then people start putting everything that's allowed inside the building. We were trying to keep it simple.
Yeah, see, I have a problem with that because in some cases you're trying to advertise what you're doing
Right.
while you're there, right? And so my biggest concern here is that, and I've said this before, just for that one item, I would say no to this, even though I agree with most of the other things. I think you're trying to take too big of a bite, and eventually you lose enough people that you won't get it passed, right? And that's what's happened in past town meetings.
Well, I could say the design review will just take out awning signs if it leaves it open to something like this, because we're trying to have a downtown that people will drive through and say, you know, there's a lot of complaints on the way the downtown looks. So if it's going to be a free-for-all, then I would vote against awning signs. But if we were going to allow an awning sign to advertise your business.
But Amy, remember that awning signs are going to go before design review committee.
Right. But if it's not a standard, then it doesn't matter because it's only advisory.
Right, but that other one you had seemed fine to me. I mean, I agree with this one. I don't know that I would want, this one in the center of town. But that other one, this one here, I think is completely fine.
But if you review signs in all different towns, it's supposed to be the name of the establishment, not everything on the inside. I don't know what town this is in. This was actually for a sign shop. And I looked up window signs. And that's
Right.
what
The other thing you don't want to do is you don't want to limit what a business can do, right? You want them to be successful.
Bob, you had something there?
Hey, I got a question for Amy. I thought during the discussions, the signs on awnings would only be allowed on that bottom rim.
Right.
Or that little overhang that is not the slope, but that kind of hangs straight down.
Right.
I thought that was the only part of the sign that you were going to allow, only part of the awning that you would allow signage.
That is what it currently says.
So if that's the case, you can't fit anything like that anyway. You're never going to get an image like that in there.
But didn't we have a discussion then to add, because the Tavern on the Square doesn't have it hanging, it has it on the awning itself. So
But I don't think we made a decision, so I didn't change the wording. So it
Okay.
still says signs are allowed on the apron of the awning only.
So that kind of cuts the problem then. And does that cut the problem in your mind, Amy, that you're not, what are you going to print there really? Besides
Right.
your name?
I guess it depends on the size of the apron, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of towns have like 20% of the apron, but we left it on the full.
Millie, did you have something you're about to say?
I had a question about a different types of signs, so I don't know if anybody wanted to talk more about the awnings.
All right, so let's close out on awnings. If it's just on the apron, do we think there's a risk of some, Amy, what Amy showed? And Amy, do you think there's a risk still based on just looking?
I don't know.
What
I
about a
mean, I
phone number?
personally feel if somebody wanted to put their logo on the awning and the name on the apron, that wouldn't be, I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Looking to see what other pictures we used in our guidelines.
So Lori, right now it's only the apron, not the awning itself or the top of it. It's just the
Yep.
apron. Okay.
Okay, so I'll just leave that as is. So under E1, he said that we should not add the words awning. And the reason is because this is a section on signs, not awnings. So awnings may have a sign, but if they don't have a sign, they're not signs. So we shouldn't regulate them here.
Okay.
Let's see. I think that might be it. Yep, that's it.
Okay, so for the changes that town council looked at, are those changes that we're just implementing or do we need to discuss? It sounds like we don't have a whole lot of choice. That's his recommendation, and otherwise these may not get through the Attorney General's office. Is that the right understanding on this?
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple where he said that he just thought they were going to be flagged. So the Attorney General might deny that aspect. So.
Okay, well, one that I
would
would
be safer to change the language.
Okay, so the one thing that stood out to me was about the electronic message centers. So I don't know if as a board we want to resolve that one because it sounds like either it's in for everywhere or it's not allowed. Is that what he's saying? We can't just, I could have sworn we were told the last time around, we couldn't stop it from municipal. Like we had to make that ability, we weren't allowed to remove that, right? I'm not sure where I got that idea.
Well, I think what we were talking about is that the churches, the schools, and the towns are the ones who typically use these electronic message centers. So they are beneficial to those particular uses.
Okay.
So by eliminating them, particularly from the downtown business district, then we're going to have to, the Lions Club sign is an issue. If the church wanted to have one, well, the fire station is talking about putting one up, so they wouldn't be able to. I know the churches use them for posting their services. Usually it's not electronic, it's a changeable message. So if we prohibit it from downtown business, then that's going to impact a couple of the churches.
Wonder if
So
we
was
can
it-
get a, oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Hi, name.
Wonder if we could get a second opinion about the municipal.
This
was
is
it-
coming from town council, though. I mean,
Right.
Was this entire number 12 added in entirety or an edit? This is entirely added.
entirely added, yes.
So prior to this, what was the circumstance? Were electronic message centers allowed or?
No, they're not. We just added it to call it out because it's all We have so much wording in there, it's buried that it's only allow in certain districts. So I put it up there to let people know, so it stands out that they're not allowed downtown, business east, business west, business south. They're only allowed in the highway and industrial business districts right now. So we could take out that whole number 12 and it really doesn't make a difference.
Or do we just need to take out except where used for municipal or institutional purposes? Because right now, all the ones that are, I mean, right now they're not allowed either way. So there's no harm in this sentence except for the part where the where town council is flagged.
I wonder if we
So-
take out the whole thing though, so then it's not heartache at town meeting.
Yeah, that'll still be an argument at town meeting.
Changeable copy signs are allowed in all of these districts, I believe. So electronic message centers. I don't know where it says, Bob, where does it say where they're allowed? I'm looking in the sign bylaw and I can't really figure out where they're allowed.
I think if you go under highway, it says they're allowed, and if you go under industrial, it says they're allowed. And that's why I was adding it to 12, to make it obvious for anyone who is applying.
You said highway business, Amy?
Yeah, it does say on number 3, under science and industrial district, electronic message centers may be used as part of a freestanding sign.
Oh, yeah.
And then
Maybe it's not under highway.
I don't see it under highway business, which is
Maybe
strange. I
it's
thought it was.
industrial. I thought it was. See, I don't even know, but I know it. Yeah, it's under industrial.
Oh, no, it is under highway business. It's in the last sentence of freestanding sign under highway business. Electronic message centers may be used, same line as the other one.
Okay. So that's originally why I put it there. Because it isn't so obvious unless you read the whole bylaw.
I mean, I just think at this, like, to Bill's point, this has been an argument in the past, and I think it'll come up with an argument. I don't think it's worth it.
So take the whole thing off.
I mean, that's what I think. I don't know what other board members think.
we're getting rid of number 12.
That was just my opinion. I don't know what other, Anthony, Bill, Millie, Amy, what do you
I
guys
agree.
think?
Yeah, I think that simplifies it.
And we're getting rid of the second sentence under number 6, changeable copy signs.
And then if you do, you don't even have to leave 6 there because it's not changing anything.
Right.
Oh, right. Okay. Anthony, you were on mute. Were you saying something there?
No, I just think, I think Bill's right. This signs can be such a lightning rod. It's like,
Yeah. We gotta make sure to give the lightning rod to Bill again this year. He enjoyed it last.
I'll do MBTA communities over this.
It's such a hard, if you're on both sides, it's like you hear from the residents that you want it cleaned up, and then you hear from the businesses that they want to say whatever they want. So it's a fine line,
right,
between the residents
but-
and the businesses.
But that's why I keep saying you got to make small advances each year, right? If you take small bites, it's easier to explain what you're doing.
My
Right, when you
first
try to
year, they
take a big
changed the
bite.
whole thing. But nobody paid attention probably and complained. I didn't even know what I was doing the first year, so I didn't even know what changes they made. It was just so long. I was glad that someone else did it, but nobody questioned it, and they changed the whole bylaw.
Okay, what do we need to do with the non-conforming signs line? He makes a comment on that as well. Is he saying get rid of it entirely, or we need to
No.
edit?
He's just saying to add the phrase "and Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6, after accepting conformity with this bylaw.
Okay, and actually, I think in just looking at feedback, I do see that Fran had commented on that as well in her email. she was looking for clarification, but Lori, do you plan to get back to her on that, or could you just mention we changed that? She said she was going to look to you for clarification.
Yep, I will get back to her.
Okay. All right, anything else that he made an edit to that we need to discuss here in as part of the hearing?
He did make edits to other sections of the bylaw, which I just went ahead and incorporated all of those.
Yeah, did everybody on the board see, they were, as far as I could tell, pretty standard for a town council, like cleaning up language a little bit. I don't think there was anything substantial. Did you see anything, Lori, that you thought was substantial?
Yeah, I mean, we pretty much discussed all the most substantial ones. Amy and I did speak to him because we had questions on some of his comments, and he did clarify and answer the questions. So I think we're good.
Okay, all right, I also want to allow for any public comments on the last bylaw here. Okay, we have Scott. Hi, Scott.
Hey, Scott Rogers again, 26 Tomahawk Drive. I think this is kind of echoing what Bill said, because I don't, in terms of limiting the changes, there's one area of resistance, and I don't think you've ever been able to assess the number of non-conforming businesses this will create with these changes. So you're likely to get resistance, right, from the existing businesses that will suddenly become non-conforming. So if you can reduce, the amount of changes in any one step, you're more likely to get it passed. Bill has said it before that each change is you're going to have diminishing or increasing percentages against. And so if you're looking to do this round, be successful this round, try to limit the changes rather than try to get them all in once.
That's good feedback. You were breaking up a little bit, but I got the gist of it. Sounds like less is more, and limit non-conforming was your feedback there.
Yeah, you got it. Sorry about the bad mic.
No problem. Thanks for the feedback there. Did we? I don't think so. I feel like this time around we didn't create that level of non-conforming uses. I feel like we gave us a little bit more flexibility in this one in terms of adding some definitions. I appreciate your work on this one, Amy. This was a lot of work. I know you go for it every year. Okay. All right. Does that conclude all of our
I just have a quick question while we're talking about signs is, do we have anything in our definitions that talk about those signs that are projected on a sidewalk?
Yes.
We do.
So we have a definition for projected signs. They're also known as blade signs.
No,
Blade
Millie's
sign.
talking about a really cool sign I've seen in Hudson where a light shines down on a sidewalk.
Yeah.
Where I'm sorry, what?
There's one in Hudson, so like Millie can describe if you want. It's actually a light, like a laser that shines on the sidewalk. So the name of
it's the New City Creamery
Yeah.
sign, and it shines on the sidewalk, their logo and their business name at night. So I didn't know if we had anything that addressed that type of signage, or
I think you have to be careful. Number one, if it's anywhere near a street, that it doesn't cause a traffic issue. We had one in town at the coffee house that showed TV images in the front window, and we ordered it removed. The other thing is that who owns the sidewalk?
well, that was my question.
If the
is
town
that-
owns the sidewalk, you can't project anything on it.
Well, I've seen a number of different businesses that have these projected laser signs that go right on the sidewalk. They don't
Yeah.
really disturb anything like traffic wise, but they're on the sidewalk.
And my question is, if it's a publicly owned sidewalk, I wouldn't allow it. It would have to be on their own property, because it's illegal to have a sign on a business that is not on your property.
And that I was just curious if we had anything that was addressing anything like that, but
They are really cool. Some cars do that, their rear view mirrors, or when you open the car door, it reflects down onto the ground. It's kind of like that.
Yeah, the overpriced Audis and BMWs do that. When you open the door, they flash their logo at your feet.
Mm.
Oh,
I saw
like
somebody
you
with
don't
that.
know, like, oh,
Okay,
must be wrong car.
so why don't, we're not closing the public hearing.
Okay, sorry.
So, we'll come back around and, we need to get all our edits in place. Next meeting, we will actually have to vote in terms of the planning board recommendation on each one, and then we'll have to look at MBTA one last time after we got the recommendations. Someone had asked about getting a copy to, see what the edits are. Is that something that goes on the website, Lori, that people could look and see like what we've changed since this meeting? Okay, that's great.
Yes.
So that will be available for anyone watching and would like to see what those changes are. A copy will be available. Anything else? Oh, and also we'll have to decide who is doing which bylaw at town meeting. Lori, thank you for that presentation. That's really helpful and it helped us get through tonight. Even though some areas were sticky, that really definitely helped facilitate. So think about which-
Nominate Lori. Lori can
Yeah,
present at town
right.
meeting.
I know, Lori, you're kinda,
No.
well, you should.
I am happy just to be the person answering questions with Bob.
So think about what you are dying to present at town meeting. And we'll figure that out next time. So anything else on bylaws before we move on? I appreciate all the feedback from the public, whether it's calling in or by email or whatever the case. It's great to have lots of involvement there. Laurie, you have
If you
something?
could just make a motion to continue the public
Oh,
hearing
yes, I will.
to March 5th.
Yep, 6 p.m.
Whatever time you want to continue it to.
I'll just say 6 so that we don't have to wait for any reason. So is there a motion to continue the public hearing for the purpose of seeking public opinion on proposed amendments to the zoning map and sections read for the Northborough zoning bylaw to March 5th at 6 p.m.
So moved.
Are we
Second, is
meeting on March 5th? Was that the one?
that an election day?
There was
Oh.
one day flagged. I want to think after this one, I thought
yeah,
we had a
right.
month off.
Yeah, the agenda says our next meeting is March 19th.
Oh,
Will
Is that
that be
gonna
too late
for the
after?
warrant?
Right.
Yeah.
special meeting.
Can we do the 12th?
I'm
I think
available on the
Lori-
12th.
Well,
Lori, I think you told me it was closing on the 11th.
So the way it works is they're not going to accept any new warrant articles at that point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make these modifications and then I'm going to forward our draft articles for the selectmen. And I'm going to explain that they should expect some modifications. So they understand that we're in public hearing, that we're awaiting additional information. And so I'd already talked to Tim, the town administrator, about having changes that may be beyond that time frame.
Okay, so could we then do we have any applications coming up?
We don't.
So could we actually make the 12th our March meeting period? Is there a need for any other March meeting? Because then we'd be coming back the 12th and the 19th, which kind of seems silly.
I'm fine with that, if it works for you folks.
Board members, do you want to do 2 weeks in a row or do you want to do? It seems like I'm asking a rhetorical question. Okay, so we'll do, if everybody can do, Lori, the 12th okay for you? Is that okay?
I
Yeah.
can.
No, really not good for you? No. Are there any other options that week for us?
I might be able to do it I would be coming back from travels. I just don't know what time I'd be back at this point.
Do we know if there's anything else in town that week that would, or Laurie, your schedule, you're obviously critical.
Yeah, as you know, I have a lot of I have a lot of meetings, so Wednesdays I can never do. Some
Thursday?
Thursdays are a problem. I have 2 meetings on Thursdays that month.
Okay, and that happens every week. So even the week prior, if we were to go back to the 5th, well, is there an option for the 4th, the Monday night?
One thing I'm a little worried about is that I won't have the information back from Judy Barrett. If we don't have the March 19th meeting, I'm a little concerned about that.
Well, what if we kept the 19th, but we also met on the 4th? Wait, does the Board of Selectmen meet on the first Monday of the month or the second Monday? Hold on, we can look at the time.
Actually, I know that month they're meeting on March 11th because that's when we're having the public meeting on Harrington Lane.
Okay. Is it possible for this board to meet on the 4th, the Monday, instead of the 5th?
Can do that.
Millie, does that allow you to attend? And
Yep.
Laurie, does that even work for
Fourth
you?
is fine.
Yep, that should be okay for me.
Okay. And then, worst case, if for some reason the Board of Selectmen do meet on that night, which doesn't seem likely if they're meeting the 11th.
I definitely cannot meet on the 11th because that's when I have that public meeting with the selectmen on Harrington Lane.
All right, so let's assume the Board of Selectmen don't have a meeting on the 4th, and if we do, I guess we'll just compete for ratings. Okay, so thanks for accommodating. So then, striking the previous call for a motion, died on the floor without a second. So is there a motion to continue the public hearing for the purpose of seeking public opinion on proposed amendments to the zoning map and sections of the Northborough zoning bylaw as presented in the agenda this evening to March 4th at 6 p.m.?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, Millie?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
And carries an aye. Okay, great. So we'll plan on that. And then for the remainder, we still have a couple items left on our agenda tonight. So we have no A&Rs, lot releases or bonds, but we do have discussion of Harrington Lane public acceptance activities. So Laurie, do you have something for that?
Yeah, so the developer did approach the town with his interest in having Harrington Lane accepted as a public way. So I've been working with them to ensure that they are complying with the road acceptance process, which is before the select board. So the next step in the process is to hold a public meeting with the select board. So we will be notifying the developer as well as those who live on Harrington Lane. And the planning board is asked to submit a letter for that public meeting, essentially expressing whether you are in support of having Harrington Lane laid out as a public way. So in order for it to be eligible to be placed on the warrant, the select board has to lay out the roadway first. So I did supply you with the as-built plan, the acceptance plan, and the legal description. I've already forwarded the draft warrant article to town council for his review and approval. I received his feedback. I did ask Fred Litchfield. He had done the inspections when the road was under construction. He did spot inspections, so he wasn't out there all the time, checking the construction. So I did ask him to submit a letter, for that public meeting. Unfortunately, I haven't received it yet. I was hoping to have it for you folks tonight, but I don't. So I did do a site visit, today. I did notice that unfortunately, the surveyor had cut out, some areas of sidewalk, where clearly the sidewalk had gone over onto private property, so it had gone beyond the limits of the right of way. So that needs to be addressed. Either the sidewalk has to be completely within the limits of the road right of way, or the town would need easements from the property owners where the sidewalk is placed on their property. So that's kind of a minor issue that we would have plenty of time to resolve with the developer and the property owners. So generally the process is, like I said, March 11th would be the public meeting. Should the select board decide to do so, they would lay out the road. That would be a motion. Then they would put the article on the town meeting warrant. If town meeting agreed to accept Harrington Lane as a public way, then we would go through the formal process of accepting the road. So usually that would be in the July, August timeframe. So we have plenty of time to resolve the issue having to do with the sidewalk. Other than that, construction looked good. There was some hydro seeding that has to take place. And that's pretty much all I saw.
Okay. Any
That
board?
sidewalk put in
I'm
by
sorry,
the
Millie?
town?
I'm sorry?
Was that sidewalk put in by the town?
No, so the sidewalk was put in by the developer. And so the concrete, I'm sorry, the granite bounds are a requirement to denote the limits of the right of way versus the lot lines.
Mm-hmm.
And so clearly where they cut out the sidewalk to put those granite bounds is where the sidewalk goes onto private property.
Okay.
So,
Okay, other questions? So Lori, do you need us to take a vote or anything, or?
yeah, I think a great letter would be, if you feel comfortable, making it a conditional approval. So subject to addressing the hydro seeding, the need to address the sidewalk that is outside of the roadway, right of way, patching of the sidewalk. And like I said, those are the only issues I identified. So I think that would be good.
It's
Quick
like a
question.
vote for endorsement, or we're obviously not approving it. So is it an endorsement of the?
That you would recommend the layout of Harrington Lane,
Okay.
subject to addressing the following issues.
Okay, Amy, you have a question?
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, do they have I might have missed it. Is there a timeline for when they need this letter? I was just wondering, do we wait for Fred's letter?
So the timeline is I would need that letter for the March 11th public meeting. So if you want to kick it to May 4th, March 4th, then that would be okay. I definitely need it by then.
I would think we don't have to go through everything that you just went through again, but we could just double check, see what Fred comes back with, and then write our letter.
Fine. Does
Okay.
that, do you guys want to just read Fred's letter first and then give our approval?
Yeah,
Or
that's fine.
recommendation? Okay. All right, so we will check out Fred's letter. Otherwise, it doesn't sound like any big problems there. The consideration minutes from December 19th. So Amy, you had a question on the minutes that I don't know if was answered or not. So you made some suggested amendments, but one of them was actually a question. Was that answered or do we need to answer it?
I'll have to read. I did that so long ago. And it's so late at night. I don't even know what I wrote on the minutes.
If you're not sure, maybe we just strike it so we can.
Yeah, definitely strike my questions from the minutes. Those are more questions for like Lori, but I probably didn't answer it.
Okay. So then did everyone have a chance to read the proposed amendments to the minutes for December 19th?
Yep.
Okay. Any further amendments? Is there a motion to accept the minutes from December 19th as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, Millie?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Okay, next planning board is now not March 19th, it is March 4th. And then there's March 19th after that. And ZBA is March 26th. Anything for the ZBA coming up?
So that is the Tradabi.
Oh, that's in March. Okay, I thought that was February.
Yeah, so that was continued to next week's meeting. And we did receive some additional documentation in email today. So that has not yet been uploaded onto the webpage, but it will be if you folks want to check that out. It'll be on the Zoning Board of Appeals webpage under projects under review.
Okay, great. And
So
next,
it's February? I'm sorry, I keep interrupting.
that's okay. I was just saying the March 26th meeting. Are you saying February, Lori, or March 26th?
I'm sorry, I'm saying next week's meeting, February.
Oh, okay. All right. So that is February. And then the ZBA, anything on March 26th? I'm just going down the agenda.
No.
Okay. And Master Plan Implementation Committee meeting on March 21st. Busy month.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If no further business, is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, Millie?
Aye.
Bill?
Aye.
Anthony?
Aye.
Amy?
Aye.
Carries an aye. Thanks so much. Have a great night.
Aye. Bye.
Night all.
Thank you. Bye.